Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. There is some uncertainty this morning over the future of global oil supplies as talks with Iran over the Strait of Hormuz appear to be on hold, suspended during days-long funeral ceremonies for Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. The BBC's Lise Doucette in Tehran.
With every day, there's more and more posters appearing, some with President Trump's face on it, saying death is near. And this is something that's being expressed not just by these crowds, but anger over this assassination of Ayatollah Khamenei in the first hours of the war on February the 28th is also fueling splits within the ruling ranks, with hardliners saying, why are you negotiating with President Trump's team when they ordered the assassination of our leader?
Oil prices have slipped as some members of the OPEC Plus cartel decided to raise their oil output starting next. President Trump preparing to leave for Turkey, where he'll be attending the annual NATO summit. It runs through Wednesday. Last year, he pushed the allies to spend more on defense. This year's mission is to try to enforce those pledges. At least 11 people killed in Russia's latest round of overnight missile and drone strikes on Ukraine's capital, Kiev. First came the deadly heat, now the flooding rains that are inundating parts of the Midwest as well as parts of the eastern U.S. FIFA pulls an about-face. Now American soccer star Folarin Balogun, who previously got a one-game suspension, will be allowed to play in tonight's showdown with Belgium. President Trump has taken to social media, saying the decision remedies what he calls a great injustice. Mr. Trump reportedly phoned FIFA to complain about the suspension. Wall Street getting back to work this morning following the long holiday weekend. The Dow will open at 52,900, and that is a record high. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
China's Navy has test-launched a long-range ballistic missile from one of its nuclear-powered submarines in the South Pacific. The New Zealand government says the missile was fired into a nuclear-free zone set up under a 1986 treaty. China last tested a missile in international waters in 2024, the first such test in 4 decades. China's brief announcement earlier today of the test says the missile carried a dummy warhead as part of routine training. The launch took place the same day that Australia and Fiji signed a new mutual defense treaty meant to counter Chinese influence in the Pacific region. Deadly clashes in Sri Lanka have broken out inside a prison on the outskirts of the capital, Colombo. Unrest at the prison began yesterday, continued into the early hours of today, according to local media and police. Reports that 25 people have been killed in the violence. More than 100 others were injured in the prison uprising. News and analysis at townhall.com. One California man's misfortune, his legal struggle, proves to be a blessing for a lot of others.
A farmer has been giving away nectarines amid a legal dispute with a food market and distribution company, claiming exclusive rights over the variety of a white nectarine that he grows. Cesar Mora has been unable to sell his nectarine crop for the last 2 years because of the lawsuit. Guimara Brothers Fruit Company filed the suit against Mora, centering on the company's claim of exclusivity and accusations Mora broke their contract by selling the fruit to other packers. Trial begins later this month. Jason Walker reporting.
If you'll be hitting the gas pump anytime soon, you may find it a bit less painful. This morning's AAA national average for regular gas, $3.79 a gallon. That is down a penny from yesterday. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
Trouble concentrating or recalling information is frustrating, embarrassing, and kills productivity. Nutrition company Healthy Cell created Focus and Recall to boost your brain power. Unlike other supplements that don't work, Focus and Recall is not a pill. It's a gel you swallow with ultra-absorption of science-backed ingredients to help you immediately sharpen focus, concentrate longer, and strengthen recall. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order. Risk-free. Love it or your money back. Guaranteed. Healthycell.com. Code GODZILLA.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code GODZILLA for free activation.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Lifestyles Unlimited is a real estate education group that gives you the roadmap and resources to start building income through real estate. You'll learn practical strategies for using investment properties to create extra income and make informed decisions, one step at a time. Join today for just $297. That's a 60% savings off the regular price of our real estate education program. Text RADIO to 88007. That's RADIO to 88007. Presented by Lifestyles Unlimited.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Happy Monday morning, listening family. This is the John Fredericks Media Network. I'm Dan Hobgood. Time for a look at weather and sports. We'll start, as we always do, with where I am in Richmond, Virginia, where the high today will be a network record, I guess, or at least the highest throughout the network this afternoon. 92 degrees. Storms are coming. A low tonight of 73 with storms still hanging around. Right now, the temperature in the River City, 71 degrees. Moving on to D.C., where I was for part of the weekend this past weekend. High today of 87 with storms. A low tonight of 71 with storms. Right now, the temperature is 77 degrees in Washington. The Nats dropped 2 out of 3 to my Buccos at Nats Park. Nats will host a series against the Astros starting tonight at 6:40. I think I know where John Fredericks will be this evening in the nation's capital. Astros won their series over the weekend as well. In Atlanta, high today of 85, stormy. A low tonight of 72, still stormy. Right now the temperature in Georgia, 72 degrees. The Braves lost yesterday, but win their series at home against the Mets. Nashville, you're looking at a high of 85 with intermittent storms this afternoon. A low of 72 and humid tonight. Right now the temperature is also 72 degrees. Philadelphia, high today of 80 with heavy storms. A low tonight of 69 with showers. Right now the temperature in the city of brotherly love, 72 degrees. The Phils fall yesterday to Kansas City, 5-2. Rubber match this afternoon for the series at 2:10. Morgantown, you're looking at a high of 87 degrees, and you guessed it, some storms in the area. A low tonight of 68, still with some storms in the area. Right now the temperature in, by God, West Virginia, 71 degrees. Pittsburgh, last but not least, my Yinzers out there. High of 85 and stormy today. A low of 70 tonight. Still stormy. Right now the temperature also 70 degrees. As I mentioned, Buccos win 2 out of 3 in D.C. They're off today. Now if the team can just figure out how to win with Paul Skeens on the mound, I'll be a happy guy. U.S. versus Belgium tonight at 8 for the World Cup. Bringing you today's weather and sports update is the Godzilla Wins radio show. For the best insight, analysis, and picks, watch and listen to Godzilla Wins Saturday mornings from 9 to 11 all across the John Fredericks Media Network. Plus, to get John's daily sports pick, go to GodzillaWins.com. Once again, that's GodzillaWins.com. And now for your Philosophy Minute of the Day. Over the weekend, Zohran Mamdani used the occasion of America's 250th birthday to do what he does, I wouldn't say best, but certainly most: impugn the country and belittle her legacy. Mamdani hates America for her basis in rugged individualism, and like Barack Obama, if I may quote him, wants to fundamentally transform the nation from a land of personal self-determination to one of indentured servitude and self-sacrifice. Mamdani's speech featured his signature magniloquence, yet it is all unearned. For statist collectivist tribalists, the inconvenient truth is that no logical argument begets a moral code of self-sacrifice. The best that they can do in service of their cause is invoke faith, feelings, and the irrational life. Along the way, fallaciously, the tribalists will cite the names of famous, respected people and indicate that they believed in self-sacrifice, thereby at least implying that because these admired people believed in it, we should too. However, I'm not running to jump off of some cliff just because so-and-so tells me that I should, though I'll admit that I hope the Zohran Mamdanis of the world will. They won't, alas. The demagogues are always the do as I say, not as I do ilk, and after all, no career is more lucrative in a totalitarian regime than government dictator. Personally, I aspire to be a man not of faith, but rather of fact. So, what do the facts have to say about the subject of morality, if anything? Well, observe that morality, the science of what we should and shouldn't do, exists solely because we are beings of choice. If not for choice, we'd all be automatons, and should not wouldn't exist. Only, in the immortal words of Yoda himself, do or do not. Yet, while choices give rise to morality, they've also made it an algorithm very difficult to unlock. Reason being, there are a lot of bleeping choices out there. Should we work? Should we eat? Should we exercise? Should we lie, cheat, and steal? All of our choices would be totally arbitrary if they were all hierarchically equal. What's been shown, though, is that one choice is more fundamental than all the rest, and is one on which all possible others depend and reflect. Can you figure out what that crucial choice would be? Think, what is the basic alternative for living human beings? That was a hint of sorts. If you said, in the words of Hamlet, to be or not to be, then gold star for Yins. If we want to try to remain alive as best as is feasible, all our subsequent choices should help us do so. Otherwise, if someone doesn't want to get busy living, he should get busy dying. Regardless, this basic alternative, as a literally self-centered, selfish one, dictates that self-interest, not self-sacrifice, is what is moral. And what does this mean in a social setting? It means that respect for personal latitude and boundaries in the aggregate is good. Because no matter what one's wishes for his life are, he can't pursue them if others stop him from acting in favor of his judgment. Ergo, we shouldn't prevent others from doing as they please unto themselves, because we need the same free rein for ourselves. So you see, the facts of reality are on freedom's side, not force's. Accordingly, lovers of liberty should be the ones issuing magniloquent decrees and putting the tribalists on the uncomfortable defensive. This has been Dan Hobgood for the John Fredericks Media Network. Outside the Box with the Ox is next, followed by The John Fredericks Show. Stay tuned, everyone.
The best barbecue in America this year is Kansas City, Missouri.
We're having a heck of a barbecue.
Followed by Los Angeles, Houston, St. Louis, Austin, and Chicago. Memphis coming in at 8, Nashville 9, Atlanta 23, Minneapolis 25, and Philadelphia respectively coming in at 31.
Hello, Adam's Ribs? I'd like to place a takeout order, please.
Barbecue is the one thing that can bring us all together, especially on the 4th of July. Compiled and published by LawnStarter.com is a list of nearly 500 cities and towns and how they rank in the world of barbecue.
Best damn chicken in the state.
Categories include accessibility, customer satisfaction, and competition awards, each with different weights on the ranking scale. Not covered in the rankings, however, is anything meat-specific, like beef, poultry, or pork.
Barbecued spare ribs, that's what I want. That's what I need.
And nothing in the study about side dishes.
We didn't order any coleslaw. You sent all the way to Chicago and no coleslaw?
Well, bringing us together in this season of division, the one thing we can all agree on when it comes to barbecue, a full rack of dry-rubbed spare ribs can't be beat. Way better than even the best saucy fall off the bone baby backs or smoky beef brisket. Thinking outside the box. And if you disagree with that, you should be criticized on social media, branded as disloyal, stripped of all government aid and subsidies, primaried in the upcoming election, and threatened with deportation.
Oh, okay. I see what you did there.
Here outside the box with the Ox in the Eastern Time Zone and now in West Virginia on the John Fredericks Media Network.
John Fredericks.
It is the most egregious thing I've seen in a lifetime.
President Trump.
The whole thing is ridiculous.
When politics start getting wild,
they want to have every single thing that you don't want. Raise taxes, men and women's sports. They're going to open up their border.
Trump hits the speed dial.
Thank you for calling in on such short notice.
You came first, John.
Wake up with the John Fredericks Show weekday morning, 6 Eastern, 5 Central on JFMN.TV, the massive J-Fred radio network, and all across the socials.
You came first, John. Thank you very much, and you do a great job.
Right now, download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play and get the entire Mountaineers sports world in the palm of your hand. Right now, get notified when new stories drop about your favorite Mountaineers teams and athletes. Download the WV Sports Nation app right now. Get updates on next level Mountaineers like Weatherholt and Joe Mazzulla. All that and more right in your pocket right now. Download the new WV Sports Nation app from the Apple Store or Google Play. Download the app right now.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's the John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who never has a failure to communicate, John Fredericks.
For 250 years, the United States of America has been the hope, the promise, the light, and the glory among all of the nations of the world. All over the world, they try and be like us. Nobody can be like us. And with God's help, we will always be this or even better. We're going to be better. Here in our National Mall, we're celebrating freedom's triumph over tyranny, liberty's conquest over oppression, and the enduring victory of the American spirit from the July 4th, 1776 to July 4th, 2026. Big dates. That's big dates. Two big ones. And tonight our country is stronger, freer, richer, safer, and prouder than ever before. It all started with the miracle of history that lives forever in the heart of every single patriot. In Philadelphia, our founding fathers summoned the courage of giants and the wisdom of centuries to boldly proclaim these timeless truths. They declared that all men are created equal, that they are endowed with sacred, unalienable rights by the hand of our Creator, and that among these are life, liberty, and the pursuit of happiness. In signing their names to the roster of freedom, those 56 patriots put everything at risk, stepped onto the stage of destiny, and seized a victory for the ages, and that's what it was. And this is an evening for the ages, I believe. This is something very special. This is bigger than if we didn't have the lightning blaring. We had lightning blaring, but this is bigger. Little more inconvenient, but it's bigger. I think in its own way, it's more beautiful. Americans must never forget that we are a historic and heroic people with a heroic spirit and a heroic purpose on this beautiful earth of ours. We are made the courage and the fire and the flesh and the blood of the best and the bravest people this world has ever produced. We are the bravest and the best. Tonight we pledge allegiance to the flag they gave us, and we say, God bless the immortal patriots of 1776, and long live the cause of independence. May it reign forever and ever and ever. We will always be on top. We will never let our country fall. We will always be the best. Our founders not only won our liberty, they secured it with the most righteous political document ever conceived. It's called the Constitution of the United States. Very special. And it's because of their genius that we remain the finest people on the planet after 250 years. Unlike so many others in the world, in this country we have freedom of speech, freedom of religion, equal justice under the law, although I wasn't treated that well, but we won't get into that. And the right to keep and bear arms. From the beginning, we were a nation that lived by the motto, victory or death, and live free or die. 1 out of every 100 Americans gave their lives in the fight for independence to remind us of who these heroes were and what they gave us. We are honored to have here tonight in the heart of our nation's capital one of the very first American flags ever to exist. Dating back to 1777, it bears the 13 stars and 13 stripes of the 13 states that declared independence on the 4th of July. There it is. This was the flag that flew victorious at Saratoga. And these are the real deals, too. These are the real flags. These are flags that have seen a lot. These were the stars and stripes that flew triumphant when the British waved the white flag of surrender at Yorktown. That was a big surrender. Nobody thought that was possible. They were the greatest power of the world, and they surrendered, and that was the beginning. Ever since, the entire world has been on notice that Americans will never let anyone take our freedom away. Won't happen. And all these talks from the communists, they haven't got a chance. Not even a chance. We don't want communists in our country. Never worked, and it never will work. Across the generations, Americans have fought, bled, and died, not just to secure those rights, but to expand them to citizens of every race, religion, color, and creed. because we are one people. We are one family. You showed that tonight with one flag. And as our Declaration of Independence tells us, we are all made in the image of one Almighty God. And a communist will never say that. That's for sure.
Well, happy morning again, folks out there. This is Dan filling in at least temporarily for John. We're trying to figure out where John is, to be honest. He's here just as I'm taking over. Let's see if we can get him on. Hey, John, you with me here?
Yeah, we got some different things going on because the office is completely revitalized, refurbished. So I got to move the lights around and camera around and hook everything up. But yeah, we're good. It's good to have you with us. Dan, let's do this. Let's just go to a quick word from our sponsors. I got to fix some of these things here, and I'll be right back with my narrative.
Bad decisions limit future options. Make enough bad decisions and you will destroy your life. Listen to The Flatline with your host, Rick Hughes, every Sunday morning on the John Fredericks Radio Network. The Flatline describes a main line of resistance in your soul, built on God's Word. Join us every Sunday morning for 30 minutes of inspiration, motivation, and education, all without manipulation. That's The Flatline with Rick Hughes, heard here every Sunday at 8:30 a.m. on the John Fredericks Radio Network.
Ponder this. Have you ever been so hungry that not only is your stomach growling, but you become lightheaded and shaky? Your blood sugar has hit an all-time low. It seems that when this occurs, no amount of food can satisfy this type of hunger. When hunger reaches this level, your normally nice personality may become agitated, impatient, or even angry. You need food and you need it fast. Did you know that our souls need daily nourishment as well? A hungry soul might be inclined to give into temptations and commit sin without a care about its eternal destiny. When we let our souls grow hungry, we must feed them with prayers, recollection, and sacred scripture. Catholics in the state of grace have the additional benefit of access to feeding our souls with a heavenly food. Only in the Catholic Church is Jesus truly present in every worthy reception of Holy Communion. He is the bread of life. His words, "Come and see." I'm Susie Kelly and I am passionately Catholic.
John Fredericks Media on YouTube is all that and more. Wake up to watch the John Fredericks Show live and stay on top of the news you need to know. Rewatch your favorite guest interviews, follow John's national media appearances, and dig into the archives of America's Godzilla of Truth. All that and more. It's John Fredericks Media on YouTube. Hit YouTube, search John Fredericks Media, subscribe, bookmark it, log in today. John Fredericks Media on YouTube.
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, good morning on this Monday, January the 6th, July 4th, holiday 250 in the books. What a great event that was. What a great weekend we had. And what a great job Dan Hobgood did in revitalizing, that's really the word, our studio here in D.C. And although we got to fix a couple things, Dan, like the lights or whatever, that got out of whack. Everything else absolutely perfect. We got our own TV here as well. And things smells great, looks great. So organized. Wait till the DC Dispatch ladies come in. They're not going to believe how fantastic this is. But Dan, I want to thank you for your hard work, your vision in putting this together because it's really fantastic. Thank you. We expected to be in Colonial Downs today, but I guess the heat and some other things, we decided not to go. So we'll be there next week. Looks like we're getting our horse that we're looking to claim today. I think at the fourth race. Probably shouldn't say that on air. So we'll see what happens with that. Not really sure what we're going to do. A lot of moving parts around Churchill Downs or whatever. Anyway, it's great to have you with us here as always. And what a weekend this was. This was an incredible weekend. We went to an event, Ann and I, on Friday night, kind of ring things in. That was fun beyond belief. But then just the Saturday night, the whole event, the fireworks, I thought President Trump's speech was was absolutely spot on and fantastic. And yeah, there was some partisanship there because we're getting overrun by communists. What the hell you expect them to do? So I'm really not sure. The libtards are never, the libtards and the communists and the left, they just hate Trump. They don't care what it is. They hate America. But I'll get to that in a minute. I'm going to get to the good things that went on because this was a great weekend. The city was beautiful. The fireworks display was incredible. I don't even know how to tell you this. It was incredible. We absolutely loved every minute of it. And that went on for 40 minutes. We didn't, go into the mall. We didn't want to wait on the line. So Anna and Joe just basically went down near the wall. We were on the street. Thing was packed. There were people all over the place having fun, singing, dancing. I mean, it was just a wonderful experience, a great celebration of our 250-year birth of this country, our anniversary, whatever you want to call it, birthday. Everything was perfect. The city was perfect. The crime was virtually zero. It was just a wonderful, wonderful 3 days of celebrations, starting on Friday, really starting on Thursday. The National Mall is great. If you've not been there now, the crowds will go down. The heat's going to come down. Come out and see it. That's a lot of fun. It's going to be there, the State Fair, through the next week. But, in just celebrating the country and celebrating our freedom and seeing so many young people there. And, what has happened in this country is so sad because these so many young people have been indoctrinated that our country is no good. I mean, this is basically their indoctrination. Our country is no good. It was born on slavery. It came out of racism. It was indigenous peoples. It was we stole the land. It was we're corporate barons. Where everybody's exploited. I mean, that is the message that everybody is getting when they go to school. No Pledge of Allegiance, like we had nothing. And it's taken a toll. And now kids are turning around and saying, hey, yeah, communism, let's give it a shot. I think if we get communism, I think I get to live in my mom's basement, play video games and order DoorDash and somebody will pay for it. I guess that's what they think communism is. Until, of course, the DoorDash people start delivering and they confiscate your mother's apartment and then you got nowhere to live and you're on the street. But they don't care about this. So, but I'm going to focus on the positive here. There was a lot of positive. President Trump, I thought, was spectacular in his speech. I really enjoyed it. And anybody that came here, anybody that was around the country, anybody that was able to marvel in the beauty of what we've done as a nation, just marvel in it. That's really what it is. Like, what have we done? You think about 250 years. My wife, Ann, made a great point the other day. She said, if Mom, Dolly, my mom, if your mom was alive today on August 17th, she'd be 100. And she said, think about this. She would be, if she was alive today, 100 years old, and she would have represented 2/5 of the entire country's history. I mean, think about that. And the way she put that was like, you think, 250 years is a long time. It's not when you think of your parents. And probably somebody out there now who's, parents' aged might be nearing 100. They've been here 2/5 of the country's entire history. I mean, think about that. I mean, the guy that they had up, the World War, I guess, II veteran, that was 107. I mean, he's 107. I mean, the country was only 143 years ahead of him. I mean, think about that. It's nothing. I mean, I'm 68, right? This is the birth of this country, the beauty of it. And I had a chance this weekend because, it's July 4th. I kind of went back, you study in the history books in high school and college, but I went back to kind of the Civil War. I want to see the movie Young George Washington. Definitely want to see that. Heard that was pretty good. But went back and just read some history about, the Civil War and how the British miscalculated and they thought that they had a greater degree of loyalists than they had. They miscalculated that. And people wanted their freedom. So just a fabulous weekend to celebrate, fabulous weekend to love your country, fabulous weekend to think about all the wonderful things that we have and just not the hate. But, the Democrats can't help themselves. The communists, all they did was hate on us this weekend. I mean, they get up, they hate, they go to bed, they hate, they walk the earth, they hate. It's what this whole thing is. And they want to bring this thing down. They want to bring it all down and start over with open borders and let everybody in. And, this whole birthright citizenship. Why do you think the Democrats are going crazy over this? It has nothing to do with them. It's all about their future voters, right? I was thinking this weekend, if the Chinese communists came in and invaded the country and controlled Colorado West, that half of these Democrats would be collaborating with them, cheering them on. I have no doubt about it. It's a better system, they'd say. Land, food, peace for everybody, they'd say. Of course, the Chinese are starving. That doesn't matter, right? If you go off base on your social media score, they cut off your food and you starve to death. But hey, it's a better system. Even though they do a coal plant a month with no restrictions, polluting the air, it's a better system. Does anybody doubt that if the CCP took over half the country, that almost all the Democrats would be collaborating with them, cheering them on, waving their flags as they marched into Bismarck or they marched into Denver? They'd be waving their flags, just like the Ukrainians did when the Nazis came in, waving the Nazi flags. We were liberated. Yeah, right. How'd that work out? Not very good. This never works out. We got to fight on our hands. And you're going to continually get these fake polls and fake narratives and lies, and it's going to go on. But I tell you what, we're going to stop it right here because we got to take stands, and we're going to be able to do that. And when you look at this birthright citizenship and mail-in ballots and basically Amy Coney Barrett and John Roberts, this is the duplicity of deceit from hell. They collaborate. They're collaborating with the liberals on the court for the decline of America. I mean, this birthright citizenship, you think about it. People that were surrogate kids born here, fly back to their native country, can come back and run for president or vote. Basically, you're going to have a Chinese army of voters. They come back to the U.S. We can't do anything to stop them. There is no border patrol. You can ship 100,000 of them in at 18. We can't do a damn thing about it. They're U.S. citizens. They don't need anything. They just come in, set up shop. This is how stupid this country is. Because we don't want a country. Barrett and Roberts don't want a country. They want to manage the decline. They simply want to manage our decline. It's like that ambassador from Estonia said, it stuck with me. When Biden was giving the money to Ukraine, he said the Biden administration had no intention for Ukraine to win. None. They just wanted to prolong their defeat and have them lose with dignity. That was the strategy that the ambassador said the Biden administration told them. They can't win. They just want to slow down the defeat and lose with dignity. The hell's that do? This is why we're so screwed, right? People like this running the nation is unbelievable. But look, you're here with me, and July 4th was absolutely spectacular. And the fireworks display was to behold. You had to be here to see it. You could see it on TV. It wasn't the same. Being here for 40 minutes out in the open air, and we were very lucky because of the rain, it cooled off. I mean, during the day, it was like blistering hot. You really couldn't go out. It was so hot we had the thunderstorms come. But the beauty of that is it cooled off the night. So there wasn't a breeze blowing, but it was, after that level of rain, it was just cooler. And so it was fun to go out, fun to see it. And we didn't go on a rooftop. We didn't have to go to some celebrity party and dress up. We just went right on the street with so many other Americans celebrating it in your nation's capital. The cleanest, most beautiful city in America, right here in Washington, D.C., and I loved it. I'm not gonna lie to you. I loved it, and I love our city. I've lived in a lot of different places. I never felt any of them were home. Like I guess Roswell when I was there to a certain extent. I guess, kind of. I was there a while, So that was kind of home. But all these other places were never really home. They were just transient. Chesapeake, I could care less. I'm just being honest with you. Whatever. It isn't even a town. It's just like a place. And then Raleigh I didn't like. And Pittsburgh was nice, but I'm not from Pittsburgh. So I knew we were there for a short-term basis. I forget where else we lived. I can't remember. I don't know. A lot of places in 20 years. We moved so many times. But this, I really feels my home. I mean, I really feel like I'm a Washingtonian. Even though I've only been here 19, 20 months, I really feel like this is home because I love this city. Even though we got a communist mayor coming in, we'll have to stop her. We'll have to get rid of home rule. But I'm going to keep fighting the fight. I know you guys are with me. And we're going to make Washington, D.C., well, once again, the shining city on the hill. And so a lot to be thankful for this 250. A lot to be thankful for. Glad to see my younger son Joe is with us, celebrating it. Very proud of his nation. Still, after baseball, intends to be a cop. So I like that. But, it's up to him. Things change. But very, very proud of him and very proud of all of our team for the love they have of this nation. None of this would be possible without the freedoms that we have. And like watching the soccer has been fabulous. Watching the social media, so many people coming from different countries, just loving us up. Like the one guy from Germany who said, if you read about the country in the media, it's very different than when you come here and drive through it. It's very different, right? Because all the libtards that control the international media, they all hate on us too. And then you get here and you realize, oh my God, what a beautiful abundance of things that we have. And then you got the communists like Mandami trying to, tell you we suck, tell you we're horrible, tell you. And it's all about, all goes back to racism, right? At the end of the day, everything we do now is racist. Fireworks are racist. Parties are racist. They never want you to forget this country had a racist past. Even for one day, they can't let you forget it. We shouldn't be celebrating this country. It's awful. It's horrible. Even though you're free, and somewhere else, you wouldn't even be able to say that. Your ass would be in jail or your head would be on a stick someplace. This is how stupid they are. But you know what? We're going to continue to fight and we're going to continue to win. And we got to get through these midterms. If we get through the midterms, game over. Because by the time 2028 comes, we're going to have additional seats like in Mississippi and South Carolina. We're going to have more seats that are going to get gerrymandered in our favor, which I don't care, which I'm all in favor of. We're going to get them in Indiana because those libtards, rhinos got beat. Remember, this is about ballots and boxes and maps. There's no ideology here. You get a ballot, you put it in a box, and you get a map. That's it. Maps, ballots, boxes. That's what the new age is about. You win elections by changing the maps and putting ballots in a box. There's no ideology. There's no, all these Republicans like, I got a piece out. I got a piece coming out today. It's a great piece. It's basically ballots and boxes. Epic piece. It's ballots and boxes. That's what this whole thing is about. We want our consultant class, they want to run TV ads. They want to get paid their 15, 20%. They want to run ads here, ads there. None of that. Ads don't matter. Mailers don't matter. They want to get their 15% on that. The only thing that matters is getting a ballot and stuffing it in the box, and handing it in, and putting it in the mail, and harvesting voters, harvesting ballots, and go to the homeless like they did in L.A. and offer them $5 a ballot. Here's a ballot, sign it, $5, sure. What's your address? L.A. homeless, Inc. You can't win. And then they count the ballots. They're coming in the mail until the candidate wins. And then as soon as the candidate wins, they stop counting the ballots. What a system we've got. What a system. This is all, though, and of course, we can't get the Save Act passed. I got some clips coming up on that. Got a great show today. Let's get to the phone lines. See what we got here. Let's see. Steve in Virginia, line 1. Steve, you're live.
Good morning, Chairman Fredericks. Thanks for taking my call.
Yep.
Happy Monday.
Yep.
And, you've mentioned communism a couple times, and back on Thursday, Dan, in his Dan Hopgood minute there, he was mentioning about individual liberties. And, that's the thing about communism is that, while in our republic, with the freedoms and liberty that we have, we do have individual rights, and we have also collective rights. But with communism, there's only collective rights, which can be taken away because they're not given by the Almighty, which we do enjoy. So we don't have government that can really, is supposed to not be able to take away our rights, even though they do, because you can tell a communist, even if they don't recognize themselves as a communist, as somebody who thinks that your rights are fungible, that they can trade them off for whatever purpose they want. And at the basis of communism, really, though, is the religion of humanism. And when the communists infiltrated our teaching colleges and our law schools back in the early last part of the century, after communism realized that they weren't going to defeat us militarily, they snuck in the back door through our education system. And so today we have all of these educators, and we have judges who basically follow the atheistic communist idea that if you have somebody who has criminal intent and, basically wants to violate other people's rights, well, that's the fault of your community. Therefore, we put the criminal back in the community right away to teach the community a lesson, and so that supposedly the community will get better. But we have that going on way too much in this country. And when Mandami is saying that he doesn't see any purpose of prisons, that's just a communist idea. That no, the prison is your neighborhood. That's where the person has to serve their term, terrorizing the population. So, I really appreciate the efforts that Dan's putting into these minutes that he's doing. Today's was great also with the individual choice, and so that's another thing that communism doesn't really allow you. And I'll sum it up with this. For all the people out there who are saying, "Yay, look, communism is coming to our town. We've elected this person and that person, and we're going to win." Remember this: communism was the foot in the door for Iran. The communist ideas were used against the Iranian people to say, "Oh, we're going to give you free housing, free food, free everything," and look at where they are now. Okay.
Well, it's failed. We can have, that's one of every example in history, wherever it's been tried, it's failed. Steve, thank you, and you have a great day. I got to move on. John in New Jersey, line 2. John, you're live.
Hey, Johnny. Happy 4th of July, my friend.
Thank you.
Your articles, I've been getting them, have been phenomenal. I love them. So a couple of things. One thing I picked up on this weekend is this country is 80-20, and if I want to be generous, I'll say 70-30. So people need to just take a step back and panic. And if you want to look under the hood of that, I was reading something this morning, and I'm saying you got to look where the clues are. So if you look at the movie Supergirl versus Young Washington, okay? Young Washington, they spent $30 million on marketing, production. It brought in $20 million. Supergirl, a woke disaster. They spent $240 million on marketing and production. It brought in $10 million. So the bottom line is people aren't buying into this stuff. And I watched it all weekend. Two things over the weekend, and this is why I'm calling. One was just, you almost had to laugh in the desperation, was how they were trying to push this Patriot Front thing. It got what an epic fail. Everybody knows this is nonsense. First off, Trump supporters would never cover their faces. That's all you need to know. So the bottom line, what a woke disaster. I mean, in the SPLC, they got to be behind it. I mean, you look under the hood on that one, you'll almost laugh.
What was it,
that
10 people?
And the second.
What was it, like 10 people? It was like 10 people. I mean, you've got hundreds of teenagers burning down cars in these cities, right? Rioting, throwing stuff at windows, looting. And you got like 10 guys with masks on that probably was funded by Soros. And like all of a sudden, this is headline news. I mean, are you kidding me? Like Washington, D.C. was absolutely spectacular. They had to find a way to discredit it. Like they have to find something
100%.
to discredit the love.
100%.
If you love your country, there's something wrong with you. They have to look, in order to get communism in, they have to keep telling you how bad we are. That's what they have to keep telling you. Your life is wretched. You're miserable. You hate your life. You hate your country. Your country hates you. This country's founded on everything is bad. Everything is wrong. Elon Musk has got $1 trillion. Why don't you have $1 trillion? The hate, jealousy, that's all they do. And then they manufacture this, whatever it was, Proud Boys or what it was, like 10 people. I mean, you get 10 people, pay them to do anything and then cover their face. Like, get out of my sight. Okay? And the fake news played this up the entire week. Like, oh, there's a white supremacy rally going on. There's 10 people paid by the other guys with masks on. Are you kidding me? I mean, just enough. But John, it's not going to stop. It is going to continue through the midterms every single day, 24/7. They're never going to stop. They are so petrified they're going to lose. That's what this is about, John.
What an epic fail. The bottom line is they've been trying to run. See, the thing that just baffles me it's like, what's the common saying? Okay? The definition of insanity. They've been running this playbook since 2016, and it's worked against them the entire time. Listen, I think Mandami, this guy is the poster child for the Republican Party. I mean, Trump is doing a great job of villainizing him, but he's just coming out and saying exactly what he wants to do. If anything, this guy's motivating us. The bottom line is keep showing them. And I have to believe they have it down to the nickel. How long before New York City implodes? Because it's like we've said it on the show 1,000 times. This thing ends in riots and bankruptcy. So they have to have it down to like the penny of when it's all over. Because, I mean, it just can't continue. But the bottom line is, I mean, just let that thing, let the people see it. But he has been an absolute, that speech, if they thought that was supposed to do anything other than motivate the American people against him, they're out of their minds, which it is. This is what the left is it's not just hatred, envy, resentment. I mean, that's the core of it. I mean, any Democrat you kind of know, unless it's a very rare exception, at least the ones I know, are basically miserable people. The bottom line is it's a mental disease. It's the curation of their life's failure to blame others. That's basically the Democrat in a nutshell. It's hate and envy. The bottom line, listen, just get out of their way. We just need, and Trump just has to figure this out. First off, he's got to just put his foot on the pedal, and we have to get secure elections. If we get a fair vote, we'll never have to worry about a Democrat ever again in our lives. The bottom line is they're going to come and try and steal this election. It's all they can do. So at least they have to know this. And from sources close to the president, watching certain outlets, you could see he's pretty aware of this. He's on the communist thing. I wish he was just a little bit more ruthless in his actions, but who knows? Maybe that's to come. He's been doing a phenomenal job with everything else. He's got the world of the weight of the world on his shoulders. He can only do so much as a man, but this is at least he's identifying what we have been talking about on this show as the number one threat in this country. Bannon says it. The problem isn't in Iran. That's the one thing I'm still agreeing with Steve on. The problem isn't in Iran and Israel. The problem is in New York City, Chicago, and in California. And if you notice, when you're watching these crazy videos of the teens rioting, which I think they're being paid to do, you go down deep on that thing, there's no way they're coming up with this thing. It seems too manufactured to me. The bottom line, you go down deep on that, they're from 3 areas: New York, California, and Chicago. Always. And that's nothing in this country. Americans don't even live there anymore. So the bottom line is just, you can't stop fighting. You can't put your guard down.
You got to keep fighting.
Thanks for letting me share my...
100%. In fact, let's get here, Dan, let's get to cut one. This is Michael Rappaport saying that Madami is the greatest BSer in political history. It's pretty funny. Kind of keys on what you said, John. Roll it, Dan. Cut one.
This is the best bullshitter ever. And they said they want something new. You got the greatest bullshitter in political history. He's more eloquent than Clinton, Obama. You're talking about moron. Zoran the Moron is the greatest spinner of bullshit in political history. Hands down. And I'm not saying that's a good thing. I'm just saying it is what it is. That motherfucker, he spins bullshit fantastically. And he does TikTok dances. You can't fucking beat that. You can't. So an old school politician or a new school politician, don't waste your time or people's money. You ain't going to beat him. You gotta go through him.
A little vulgar, Dan, but we certainly got the point on that. Good thing you have the dump thing and could beep some of it out. But basically, the guy's full of crap, and everybody's starting to realize this. Like this guy said, he's dancing on TikTok and looking in the camera. I mean, what the hell is this? I mean, eventually they go broke, and then he's going to blame everybody else. It's really it's an incredible time that we're going through in this nation with all the great things going on, all the fabulous things going on, and here we are, right? Here we are with Madami in New York. Guys, we got a great show today. We got, of course, Pennsylvania Posse's at 9, and I got a bunch of other stuff coming up. We have time for this. Let's get to cut 2 here, Dan. I just got time for this. Here's Comer blasting the Republican senators. Now the House is going on offense, the Republican House, because they know that if they don't get something done, they're going to lose. So they now have to take the gloves off against their own Republican Senate conference. This is James Comer, who really never does anything either. Roll it.
Again, the clock is ticking. I'm sorry. I challenge Thune to do that.
Real quick, you're in leadership, so I would imagine you're in some conversations that all members in the House aren't.
Yep.
Are you saying right now today that hasn't happened over these last several months? There hasn't been informal conference of any kind between the leaders, the Republican leaders in the House and the Senate to say what can be passed on voter ID, what can be passed out of the Save America Act? It seems like I just maybe wishful thinking thought that was already happening. And it seems to me like that's a big problem if it hasn't happened yet.
Unless John Thune's talking exclusively with Mike Johnson, all that I'm hearing from the Senate leadership is that they don't have the votes. Not only do they not have 60 votes, they don't have 50 votes, which I don't believe that. You know, some of these Republicans say we can't vote for that because we could lose our election. I mean, are you that weak? That's my question to any Republican senator that's up for that. Are you that weak to where if you vote for a valid ID to be shown to vote, you're going to get beat in your home state? I mean, if you're that weak, you don't need to be a United States senator. So this is something that polls in both parties overwhelmingly. It shouldn't be a problem, and I hope that the Senate will get it together and figure out something that we can pass to give the American people confidence in the integrity of the elections.
Let me ask you really quickly, Chairman, about the filibuster. Is it time to just get rid of this thing? I know there's some people who say, Kevin, if the Republicans do it, you know, all hell will break loose when the Democrats are in control. But I think there's a pretty fair argument to be made that at some point you have got to do the will of the American people. They sent you to Washington for a purpose. And if that means you have to get rid of it, I don't know why you wouldn't. Or am I overstating where we are right now?
Okay, we're going to be right back with your calls. 888-480-JOHN. You're in the John Fredericks Media Network.
Press the NATO allies to spend more on their own defense. About to head to Turkey for the annual NATO summit. His agenda will include holding the allies' feet to the fire, pushing them to honor the commitments they previously made. The gathering to run through Wednesday. Russia's war on Ukraine will be among issues discussed at the summit, with Ukrainian President Zelensky to address the gathering. Overnight, Russia launched more deadly drone and missile strikes on Ukraine's capital, Kiev. At least a dozen people killed, 60 or more wounded in the latest Russian attacks. First, there was the dangerous, deadly heat. Now comes the rain, flooding rain, sweeping across parts of the Midwest, moving on into the east. Gas prices continue drifting lower. AAA's national average, a gallon of regular, $3.79. That's down a penny from yesterday. The White House says that's not the only relief for our beleaguered budgets.
Republicans say the Trump tax cuts are continuing to provide major relief for American workers as the benefits begin their second year. The White House says 97% of taxpayers received a tax cut, with average refunds exceeding $3,400. Millions also claim deductions for tips, overtime pay, and Social Security benefits. The administration says the law is boosting take-home pay and helping strengthen families across the country. Ken Lorman reporting.
Charlie Kirk's accused assassin due in court today. A preliminary hearing expected to run all week. 23-year-old Tyler Robinson was allegedly the gunman who shot Charlie Kirk 10 months ago at Utah Valley University. American soccer standout for Lauren Balogun, who previously got a one-game suspension, will be allowed to play in tonight's showdown with Belgium. After all, FIFA lifting his one-day suspension, and President Trump says it is the right call. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at two different options: debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement and remember Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
International shipping remains in the crosshairs.
A cargo ship has come under attack off the coast of Yemen in the Red Sea. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center reported the attack off of Yemen. The UK MTO says the ship was reportedly under attack by unknown armed assailants. The UK MTO also says authorities are investigating and no group immediately claimed the attack. Yemen's Houthi rebels have threatened to begin attacking ships again, though they have not been carrying out any attacks. Somali pirates also have been active further away in the Gulf of Aden recently. I'm Rika Ann Garcia.
The Philippine Senate has started the impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte, a politically volatile event. It unfolds against backdrop of her bitter feud with the Philippine President Ferdinand Marcos Jr., thousands of police officers deployed to secure the Senate. News and analysis, townhall.com. The White House has a problem with those who oversee the national treasure known as America's Attic.
A report released late on Independence Day by the White House Domestic Policy Council calls leadership at the Smithsonian Institution radical activists who cannot be trusted, especially at the National Museum of American History. And the report indicates that President Donald Trump may be getting ready to install his own team. In March, Trump said he intended to force changes at the Smithsonian with an executive order. targeting funding programs that advanced dismissive narratives and improper ideology. Donna Warder, Washington.
Sky, that's the UK-based TV, internet, and mobile phone provider. It's owned by Comcast, has agreed to buy ITV's media and entertainment arm for $2.1 billion. It is back to work this morning for Wall Street following the long holiday weekend. More on these stories, townhall.com.
In 2008, the amount of concentrated time people could spend on a task without becoming distracted was 12 seconds. 5 years later, it was only 8 seconds, 1 second less than a goldfish. If you're often distracted or have trouble recalling information, you're likely to fall behind in the demanding, fast-paced 21st century. In other words, brain performance is more critical now than ever. Boost your brain power with Healthy Cell's Focus Plus Recall. Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
On Golf with Jay Delsing, hear the stories of star makers like Scotty Scheffler coach Randy Smith.
Randy, thank you so much for joining us today.
I knew that there was going to be something real close to what we're looking at when he was 6.5 years old.
Wow.
I was one of the luckiest guys in the world to be standing on the right street corner when the right bus came up.
Plus the latest equipment news and tips on playing better golf. Golf with Jay Delsing, Saturday mornings, 11 Eastern, 10 Central on the John Fredericks Media Network.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard MyPillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code GODZILLA.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time. And you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Now more than ever, it's imperative to support companies that share our conservative values. That's why I can't be more excited to tell you that I've switched my family to Patriot Mobile. Patriot Mobile is America's only Christian conservative wireless provider. When you switch to Patriot Mobile, you shift your support away from the leftist, woke, progressive agendas of Big Mobile. Patriot Mobile's wireless service works perfectly and seamlessly as you go about your lives with exceptional nationwide coverage that uses the same towers the main carriers use. Patriot Mobile donates a portion of every dollar earned to causes you care about, to organizations that fight for religious freedom, First and Second Amendments, sanctity of life, and the needs of veterans and first responders. Patriot Mobile has plans to fit any budget, along with great discounts for our veterans and first responder heroes, as well as multi-line users. Switching is easy. Just go to patriotmobile.com/Godzilla or call their U.S.-based customer service team, 972-PATRIOT. That's 972-728-7468. Use offer code Godzilla for free activation.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Hey, John, your mic is muted.
Millions of Americans showed their patriotism while celebrating our nation's 250th birthday yesterday. A recent Fox News poll shows most people they're proud to be an American. And last week's Supreme Court decision to uphold birthright citizenship is igniting a new conversation about who gets to be an American. We wanted to hear your thoughts on all this, so we hit the streets for this week's Talk of the Town.
What are you most proud about being American?
There's endless opportunity. It's really true that you can almost do whatever you want when you put your mind to it.
You could go anywhere. It's, I'm happy here. It's a free country, freedom of speech. Basically, you could go anywhere you want, say anything, basically.
Freedom. That's it. And capitalism. Our founding fathers had it right.
Freedom. And I've served a war for this country, so I know what it's all about.
Do you think it's fair that people who are illegal immigrants come into this country so their kids are born here to become American citizens?
Yeah, I think that ruling from the Supreme Court yesterday was pretty sad.
Parents should have their documents first, obviously stated first, and then, they should have, legalized their kids.
I don't think they should be able, that immigrants can just fly here and have a baby, and their baby all of a sudden becomes a citizen. I think that's wrong.
There's a pathway to citizenship. Let's honor that.
If you want to live in America, you need to work out all the kinks before you try to come here.
Tommy, I have concerns that a lot of people are looking to the Supreme Court to create legislation and make new rules that don't exist. And I think that's what's happened here is because I listened to the oral arguments for this case a couple months ago or whenever it was, because it was big news. President Trump went there and sat in on it. And I didn't feel like the government made its case well enough. And basically the crux of this is, does it already exist in law that you can't, through the Constitution now, gain birthright citizenship simply because your parents aren't legal? And the carve-outs are so specific that the federal government didn't do a great job of connecting that to today's problems.
Yeah, I think it was a difficult one, right? I think we probably knew this was coming, but we talked about this last weekend. I wish this decision would have been different for obvious reasons, because I believe that this has been exploited, and I believe that it is wholly wrong that people use birth tourism or come into this country to have a baby, become American citizen, and then suck the system dry. But I will say this, if we didn't get the ruling that we want, I think the best thing that we can do, the next best thing, is to shut down that border and make sure that we're enforcing it so that people are not coming across the border to have a baby. I think that if we can't do it the other way, then maybe we got to do it this way. This president has been very good on that thus far. We don't know how the next one is going to be on it, but at least for the time being, we can lock down that border.
Yeah, Kevin, J.D. Vance, vice president, he said, listen, the fact that it was 5-4 and not 2-7 or 1-8 showed that they did probably about as good of a job as they could have in connecting, what does exist to challenge this to the current situation, and the fact that the Supreme Court simply said, hey, it's not there. It's up to the Congress to make this law.
Absolutely. Separation of powers. You have a job to do. If you're a Republican in Congress and you don't like the way things are set up right now, change the law. Rally your team, make legislation happen, and make it. Listen, either you make it happen or you don't. It's your job. We can't do it. I mean, we're just citizens down here. That's why we sent you to Congress. If you're unable or unwilling, that's on you. And unfortunately, I must say, abuse in the system will continue unless and until Congress acts.
Kaylee, how do we recapture that momentum that President Trump brought into both terms of his presidency, where the country is fed up with illegal immigration and they do want to see laws and rules changed so that we can protect our borders? Because right now, I feel like if you propose legislation that would affect birthright citizenship, I think a lot of Senate Republicans would bow away from it.
Well, the problem with the Supreme Court's decision is that it sort of bars Congress from doing anything, because what John Roberts and Amy Coney Barrett decided to do is read into the 14th Amendment a right to birthright citizenship, thereby barring Congress from necessarily legislating against it. However, the reason I'm not too concerned about this decision is because I just don't think it's long for this world. And it's because even though the justices wanted to depend on their originalist readings of legalese, it flies in the face of common sense. The idea that a communist in China can send over a surrogate here to have a child, it flies in the face of everything that Americans know and believe to be true. So you asked about the momentum. I think what's going to happen is that this is going to become the new test for legal scholars on the conservative side, just like Roe was before. This is going to be the litmus point for a lot of new lawyers and judges who are looking to get involved in the conservative legal movement.
There you go. Somebody smarter than me has it figured out. I'm glad, because I'm concerned.
Well, the problem is we don't do anything. I mean, I ran this clip, and we ran, Dan and I, in its entirety, because this basically explains what has happened to us. We have a duplicitous, deceitful unison of votes between Coney Barrett and Roberts. You have two justices controlling the entire Supreme Court. Two. There's not 9, there's 2. Because however they decide, it goes. If they side with the conservatives, it goes 6-3. If they side with the libtards, it goes 5-4 them. So 2 people decide everything because they vote as a block. It's not like you got independent votes and it could go 5-4. When it goes 5-4, it goes for the liberals because they vote as a block. Now, how this is happening, I don't know the inside baseball. I can't use the word collusion because I have no proof of that. So I can't use it. So you can't describe it as that. But it's certainly odd that 2 people vote the same way on every single meaningful issue 100% of the time, or 89% of the time, 90% of the time. Don't you find that odd? Don't you find that a little bit different? Of course you do. But therein lies it. This birthright citizenship is a joke. I mean, you got the Chinese CCP flying mobs here, having birth and flying it back. They shouldn't be allowed in. I mean, even if they pass something that said if you come into the country, child's no. If you're 6 months, something. It doesn't matter. I'm telling you, there's going to be, in 18 years, there'll be 150,000 Chinese communist citizens voting And the government, the CCP, will put them in whatever jurisdiction they need to, just like the Sharia law Muslims dominate particular cities like Manassas or Dearborn. And then they run the government. I mean, you got to wake up here and smell the coffee. What is that? This country is collapsing from within because of moronic idiot leaders that want a nice write-up in the New York Times. And these rhinos in the U.S. Senate that refuse to pass anything meaningful. And they're retiring. Or they got ousted in primaries. We have to hang on for dear life. We have to hang on for dear life. Help is on the way. And the help is these rhinos are gone in the next Senate. We just got to hang on. I don't care if it's a 1-vote majority. We got to hang on. Because come the next cycle, they're done. And then all the rhinos are out. And the purging of our rhinos has taken 10 years. This is not like something that just happened. We've been getting him out of Congress for 10 years under Trump. And it's got to keep going. That's why we cannot stop. We cannot fold our hands or pull up our chair and say we had enough and we're going to go on with our life. We got to fight at the local level. That's what we've been saying the whole time. We got to fight. And if you don't fight, you're going to get crushed because they're fighting us and they're winning in the short term. But like I said in Virginia, when we almost pulled off that incredible victory on the fake ballots, the communists woke up a sleeping giant. They woke up a sleeping giant. We'll see what happens as we get into these midterms, but I really think they poked the bear. And if we vote together, we're going to win. We're going to win every one of these districts that Democrats are targeting. Look, they're going to win their blue seats. That's hopeless. We'll never win that. Who cares? We just got to win the seats that we need to win. Let's get the phone lines. Ed in Georgia. Ed, go. You're live.
John, how are you?
Good, Ed. Thank you.
Great. What a celebration Saturday night at 250. I'm so proud.
Great. Me too.
The fireworks and the band and Trump were equally incredible. Do you know much about the band?
Sir, I don't, but I saw the fireworks were outstanding and I was there. Thank you for your call. Let's get to Bernie in Pennsylvania. Bernie, go ahead. You're live.
Thank you for taking my call.
Yes.
And I really enjoy your program.
Thank you.
I wanted to bring up a point, and if you have time or it's appropriate to ask the Pennsylvania posse about our election districts, our congressional voting districts, because I'm wondering if our districts in Pennsylvania could be redrawn even with a Democrat governor, if the federal government would compel us, our Pennsylvania, to redraw the lines, because our Pennsylvania Constitution says the legislature should draw the lines, and they normally draw the lines, but they were sued by several groups the last time the lines were drawn. And so our Supreme Court stepped in and hired a company to redraw our lines. And it was Eric Holder's company. I believe he had something to do with it. And I believe our lines may have been redrawn racially. And that's the one thing the court has ruled, that you can't gerrymander the districts because of race. You are allowed to redraw the lines to favor whatever party has the most seats in your state house and state senate, which is what we were doing. So I think our districts possibly were redrawn incorrectly, and I'm wondering if anyone on the Pennsylvania posse thinks whether Stacey Garrity gets in, yes or no, if our lines could be redrawn and the federal government would make Pennsylvania redraw their lines. So that's my broad question.
When they come on, Bernie, I will certainly ask them that.
Thank you very much. I enjoy your show. I think you're the best political show on the air right now.
Well, thank you. Bernie, what Dan and I would love to know, what makes you say that?
Because, first of all, you're having so much fun, and your staff does such a great job, and it's just so refreshing to hear your positive attitude, and you invite people to call and have different points of view. It's so refreshing, and you're making politics great again, like Trump's making America great again. It's too much fun. It's just so much fun, and it's so informative. Your guests are great. The whole thing, the whole package. It's like a phenomenon. So that's all I can say. It's just, I tune in every day now. I'm glad I found it. I've been telling people about it, and I don't know. I just think the way you do your whole operation, like, everything's wonderful. That's all I can say.
Well, thank you. It's all because of Dan. And where do you see the studio we got in D.C. now, which, it was just my stuff. It's all strewn all over the place. Dan came in this week, and he came up on Friday before the holiday and spent 2 days here. And now it's like I got a professional studio. Danny did a super job. We got the TV on right here. He did make me take down some of these whiteboards. I haven't figured out what I'm going to do with them, Dan. But yes, you did. Good job. But yeah, it's all good. And now we got the big TV screen up. Although we decided we had to get a Roku stick, Dan. So I had to buy that $85 Roku stick. That works. But I just should have bought a Roku TV. I didn't really think of that. But if you're out there buying a flat screen TV, Roku, like, we got it. What was this, Dan? A TLC?
TLC or TCL? I think TCL is
great screen. Great TV. Great
55
price.
inch. Yeah. Great price. Great price. But if I was I was recommending a TV, I would do Roku. Because what we had to do was then spend $84 to get the stick. Right.
And now I've got two remotes. I got the TV remote, and I got the Roku remote.
Got to be a way to fuse those together somehow. I bet the one could work for both.
I'll never figure it. The next time you're up.
Next time I'm up. Well, I'm jealous of you this morning. Because I got back from DC at the end of last week, and I just all weekend long I was thinking about, man, we really did a good job with John's studio. John and I got that place looking really great. So I'm.
No, there's no John and I. John and I didn't do anything. Like John and I did it.
You supervised, like Tony Shalhoub in Galaxy
I really
Quest.
didn't
You supervised.
outside of getting the TV stand out of your truck. That was about it.
Right. Yeah. Well, I hope that you're pleased with the final result.
Great. I mean, it's super. Now I'm not sure that I'm going to hide the coffee over here by me. I'm not sure that I can go all the way over there. But other than that. And I kind of told you that, like, there's no way that was going to happen. But other than that, everything is fantastic. Got the lights, I think, fixed. I think our lighting is good now. I think
it looked good from Jump Street this morning on my end. It was really good. So yeah, I'm just pleased that you're pleased. Ann wrote me as well. I think it might have been the fourth. She wrote me, just said she had stopped by the studio.
I brought her up.
Yeah, she said she really liked
and
it.
And Joe installed the Roku stick. Like I did.
Oh, okay. So it's all set. It's already arrived and everything.
Oh, it's on.
Wow.
He couldn't merge the two remotes.
Okay.
So, but I think it's because it's not a Roku TV.
Right.
That's what it is. So it's fine. I mean, one turns it on, controls the volume. The Roku stick does everything else. So I got it on screen right now. Just saw myself rubbing my face. So it's on a little bit of a time delay there. But it's good. Good job. Excellent. And it smells great, looks great. Carpets are. Wait till the DC ladies come in. They're going to be blown away, man. I'm not even going to tell them. They're going to be like, whoa, dude, that is something cool right there. So, all right. Thank you, Dan. We've got, thank you. We're going to put this up on YouTube. We're going to put up Dave and, what was it, Dave? Right? Bernie in Pennsylvania. And in Georgia, I think that was going towards Pranksville. So you kind of snuff those out a little bit. But good try, Ed, or whatever your name is. It was a good try. And I don't know anything about the band, and I don't care. All I know is it was great. The night was great. And see, you're not going to call up and spoil a great night. You're just not. It was a great night. It was a great weekend. And you're not going to spoil it. Nobody's going to come in here and spoil this, because America is beautiful and it is gorgeous. And Washington, D.C. was the shining city on the hill. And the people that were saying there were no crowds there, like the streets were jammed. Like Ann and I and Joe saw these fireworks from the street, not from the mall. The mall was sold out. You couldn't get in there. The streets were lined with people for blocks and blocks. So those that saying like nobody came, you can shove that up your butt, because you're a lying piece of crap, because we were there. And it was beautiful. And no, my cat didn't go under the bed. When we came home, cat was fine, doing what he always does, eating the flowers that Ella, Joe's girlfriend, brought Ann. And of course, Sammy decided to eat them. And then, of course, what do cats do after they eat the flowers? They throw up on the rug. That's what they do. It's part of being a cat. You know, you don't get mad. You just say, if you're going to get a cat and you're going to get a plant, this is what they do. They eat the plant and they'll throw up on the rug. I mean, you just got to get all the rug cleaner and be okay with it, because that's what cats do. It's part of catism. So, you know, you just deal with it. Or you try to put the plants up too high, they jump up and knock them over. So that's even worse. So you just let them eat the plant. Must do something for their digestive system. I don't know. 888-480, John, you want to weigh in? 888-480-5646. We don't have time for Rob in New York. We'll get you in a minute, Rob. But I do want to talk about a movie I saw last night, Dan. It was a movie about, what was it called? Song? About the guy that was the Neil Diamond interpreter. It's a true story. Phenomenal movie. Great love story.
Was that the one with Hugh Jackman?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay.
And
I haven't seen it, but yeah, I remember that.
The actress, first name is Katie. I always forget her last name. Great movie.
I'll look it up. Yeah.
Now let's tell you guys out there, this is a love story, right? It is a love story. So if you're single, or you're out of a relationship, or you just broke up with your girlfriend, not a good idea. This is a classic. If you're in love with your significant other and you have a love story like Ann and I do that goes back 30 years and you've been through a lot together, this is the best love story ever made. It is a love story.
Wow.
And I loved it.
What a review from John Fredericks.
It's a love story.
Yeah, there we go.
That's there's the whole plot is a love story. I just want to say that. So if you just broke up with your girlfriend, probably not the best movie to see. Or if she dumped you, right? Not a good idea. But if you're in a happy, fruitful, enduring, loving relationship, and you love your significant other, then this is a great movie. John Fredericks Media Network movie reviews right here. Oh, the Astros are coming to town, baby. Coming to Knoxville, going to the Navy Yard. 2 games under 500, 2 games out of first place. Ask me, Dan, if I'm going.
Do I even need to? I said during my sports report that I thought I knew where you would be tonight in D.C. Nats Park.
I'm not going to miss my Stros. Ann's coming. Joe's coming.
Yeah, I had a feeling. I was like, yeah, I think I know where John's spending his evening, at least one of the next 3 nights.
On the Metro, baby. Let's go.
There you go.
Also, I got my season tickets to the Caps. That's right, Dan.
Dibs on Pens tickets. Dibs.
I'll think about it, Dan. It's the hottest ticket in town.
That's true.
So
That's true.
I'll think about it. I'm not going to commit.
That's true.
I'll think about it.
I have to earn them.
You have to earn them. Maybe you come maybe you come with me and I'll stay home. Maybe that.
There we go. I'm up for that. I'm fine with that.
I'm not going to miss the Pens. They telling me the Pens Caps because Ovechkin is back, right?
Yeah,
back for another year. So that's going to make it. You know, Crosby, Ovechkin. So I bought the tickets. They had a sale, and I bought them before he signed, knowing that as soon as he signed, the sale would be over. So I got him Tuesday. He signed Wednesday. Or no, I got him Monday or Tuesday, Monday. And he signed on Thursday. So immediately upon signing, the sale that I got him for was gone. Like as soon as he signed, that sale was gone. So I made a fortuitous decision. I took a shot. Caps, let's go. I'll be right back with the Wellness Company.
Wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on 2 huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Some guys might decide that it's a little too tough, or it's a little too hard, it's a little too demanding. I'll give you a little example. I got an anonymous letter from a parent. It said, you know, we're just kind of bummed out this year that the boys only get 2 weeks off before they start their summer conditioning program. You know, normally they get 3. Gave them a week at the start of the semester rather than at the end. But here's my point. Okay? It's Division I football! It's the Big 12! It ain't intramurals! You got 2 weeks after finals, you got a week at July 4th, and you got a week before camp starts. That's a month! That's probably more vacation than you guys get. And we're a little bummed out that we don't get 3 weeks?
He's the voice of Virginia.
No, you can't. You have one of the worst voices I've ever heard in my life.
And the commander of common sense.
Fire at will, Commander.
Now back to the John Fredericks Show.
As the holiday weekend begins, more than 24 gas stations in the Philadelphia area are lowering their prices.
It follows President Trump's announcement of the Freedom Fuel Network. The 25 stations, including this one in Dresher, Montgomery County, are selling gas for $3.47 a gallon. That's 50 cents lower than the Pennsylvania average.
What we're going to see, I think, is a domino effect, because what's going to happen is that people see that Freedom Fuel Network is leading the charge. They're going to have to match it. This is smart business.
The NOCO station in Dresher, Montgomery County became the first Freedom Fuel Network station in the country, offering 50 cents less than the average price. The cost-cutting timed to mark America's 250th birthday.
They've picked 25 gas stations here throughout the Philadelphia market. They've also picked some gas stations along the drive from here to get to the shore.
The president announced the Freedom Fuel Network on social media and called on other gas stations to lower prices.
So you've seen that crude oil come down rather dramatically. It's down in the 60s today. The price at the pump should also be coming down dramatically. So the Freedom Fuel gas stations are making that dramatic step.
I love this, the Freedom Fuel gas stations. I love what President Trump has did. You know, we've been hammering on this since my question at the Oval Office about the price gouging. Oil is now down to $66 a barrel today, and prices have not dropped because of price gouging, because of these oil companies and President Trump asking people to drop their prices across the country, starting with what he's calling Freedom Fuel. There's a brilliant move, especially as people are traveling during the holidays. These are the things you're never going to get from the communists, okay? This is what the president is trying to do to help average people, which is great. Joining me now from the Wellness Company, my good friend, Dr. Thorpe. Dr. Thorpe, great to have you with us, sir.
Thanks for having me, John.
Look, before we get into all the things we want to talk about that you're doing, how's your family? How's your wife and daughter?
Maggie and my children are just fine, thank you. And it was so nice to hear you and Ann had such a wonderful weekend in D.C. for the 250th.
Thank you. And because of you and Maggie's help, just so you know, I'm really the only Republican elected official in Washington, D.C. So thank you for your help. So that is kind of fun. So thank you, Dr. Thorpe, for everything. And I tell you what, I'm a big believer, as you know, in the wellness kit, the emergency kit, which Ann and I have got 2 of them now at home, 1 on the bus that stays there, and 1 in my bag. So I got total 4, right? Plus Jack's got 1, Claire's got 1, and Joe has 1 when he's traveled. That's 7. Why do I have these? Because they work, because it stops you from getting sick and sicker. It's like the biggest no-brainer in history for the cost. But what I was excited about, I've been saying this forever, and we utilize them probably to the extent that they should be, but the Wellness Company released a first-of-its-kind study regarding the utilization of the pre-prescribed medications in the emergency medical kits. Now, first, why was the study so critical?
The study was critical because really it was a first ever of its kind in terms of medical kit use. This is a market disruptor. This is DTC, direct to consumer, given via physician telemedicine visit, a prophylactic, if you will, a home kit to use exactly as you did. So this was an academic study published in a peer-reviewed manuscript, first of its kind, real-world patient respondent data, over 500 patients, John. So let me tell you something. The healthcare systems and the pharmaceutical companies and the government are not happy with us disrupting the market. And we know that because we're getting attacked voraciously. What did this study show? Incredible. First of all, it showed that around 84% of patients perceived that they had a reduction in the necessity to go to the emergency room, the urgent care, the hospital, or the office. That is huge, John.
So the study of these 500 people, these are people that were emergency kit subscribers. Like, how did you select the 500 people?
Yes. These are patients like yourself that answered the response. You might have been one of them, I don't know, but these were respondent data emails sent to every patient that purchased one, and over 500 patients responded.
You know, when you say 500 patients that responded, these are real users. This was because I remember getting the email asking me if I participated. I don't remember if I did because I get a lot of emails, but I remember it coming. There was no pressure. It was like, hey, we're doing a study. Would you like to respond? I kind of remember that. It came over my email file. But these are people that responded. And this was a great study because what you found is how important these have become to your everyday life. Like when these first came out, I just want to explain this to our audience. When these first came out, it was like, okay, if there is an emergency, I want to get my emergency kit so that I am prepared for any emergency. When you think of an emergency, you think, oh, you know, I got a major infection, or I'm I've got some kind of virus going on. I'm saying I'm throwing up like crazy. I got something bad going on. You think of it, I got a spider bite, I got bit by a snake, whatever. I got some emergency, right? So it's like, wow, urgency. But then when you get them, you realize that is only the one benefit. The bigger benefit is the preventative capacity of arresting illness before it sets in. This is the greatest thing about these. This is why every family should have one, because there's no reason for you to sit there and be sick when you don't have to, Doc. That is really the key to this. When you feel something coming on, you don't feel right, you look in the guidebook, it's right there. You take what's prescribed there, and you're going to feel better immediately, whether it's a virus, whether it's a cold, whether it's the flu, whatever it is, it's really going to make a difference. That's why be prepared for your next crisis, but also be prepared to stop the illness from getting worse, Doc.
Absolutely. And this is why this is such a critical, first of its kind study, because our healthcare systems and our physicians and our hospitals are failing us, John. Those of you who have been to an urgent care or an emergency room know that it's a bloody disaster, sometimes 12-hour waits, people dying and having significant complications, waiting in the waiting room for the emergency room. So this is our goal at the Wellness Clinic. We want to help our patients. We want to prepare our patients. And this is exactly one of the modalities that we use to do this. It's in a randomized, it's in a peer-reviewed medical journal study. And this is it. This is a market disruptor.
Now, for people that buy it, I just walk them through this. Like, you buy it, right? It's so easy. You go online, you buy it. Now you have to engage with a doctor. It's not going to be your own physician. It's going to be a wellness company physician. They have to ask you questions because these are prescription meds. So you just can't mail them, right? So you got to go through, you got to answer the questions. And then based on your answers, the doctor's going to make a decision what medications are safe for you, right? Then you get it with the guidebook. But then what happens is you got, 12 medications in there. You use 6 of them, you don't use the other 6. So then people say, well, what happens now? Do you have to buy a new one? I got these other 6 I never touched. No, walk them through how they, like what Ann and I do, we just get what we need replenished. Just walk our audience through how they do that.
Right. It's very easy to, there are, in the emergency medical kit, there are 8 potentially life-saving prescription medications. You run out of one, you send a message, and they're immediately replenished for a very nominal price. Some of them might be free refills. I don't know. But if there is a charge, it's very, very nominal.
See, that's the thing. So you just monitor it. But the key is, and this is what I had to teach my wife, right? She'd start to feel sick and she'd wait like 3 days. And now she's totally sick. And it was like, open up the medical kit, look at the guidebook, and take what's in there when you're feeling it. Because this happened to me just a week ago, right? Just before the holiday. You can feel when the virus is coming on. And this is why I'm never out. So I felt it, you get up, you got the sore throat thing going, you're tired. Like, I was wondering why I was so tired last week, like I was getting 8 hours of sleep and I was tired. Well, that means you're getting sick. You feel the sore throat coming on. It's coming. I opened up my medical emergency kit. I opened up the guidebook. Here are the symptoms. What do? Boom, Z-Pack. Boom, antibiotics. Boom, boom, boom. Take them all. Take 2, take 3. Take 2, then 1. Did that all, nothing. It knocks it out. And
that's right.
This is what I'm trying to explore our audience.
Precepts of medicine for millennia is the earlier you initiate therapy in a disease process, the better the prognosis and the long-term outcome. And I'll just point out one particular disease, sepsis. Do you realize that sepsis is bacteria in the blood? Caused by many different bacteria. Do you realize that the incidence of Americans dying from sepsis, bacteria in the blood, has dramatically risen. And sometimes this can come on very suddenly. I have two friends that almost died from it, where it came on very quickly. Of course, they were both vaccinated. But if a antibiotic is initiated initially, this can prevent the severity of the disease and stabilize the patient before they can get care. You can't wait 3 days with a rapid onset of sepsis, or you're dead.
That's why you got to act immediately, and why this is so critical for you and your family. And it's not only yourselves and when you travel. This is why if you travel, you got to get two of them, I guess, to be honest, because you got to take one with you and you got to just stick it in your bag like I do. So when I open up my bag to put my, toiletries in and my shaving kit and, socks and shirts and stuff, then that medical kit's there. Otherwise, you're just going to forget it, or you take it with you on a trip and then your family doesn't have it. So that's not good either. So you really need to get two of them if you travel. If you don't, you're fine. But make this part of your daily evaluation of what is going on, along with some of the other stuff that the wellness company has. But if you make the medical emergency kit part of your decisions, what you're doing in your life or sickness on a daily basis when you feel sick, rather than just be reactive, right? You feel it, you take it, you read the book. It is going to knock all these things out. And like I tell people, why would you, for a few dollars, that's really what it is. Why would you suffer in bed for 3 days out of your life? Like, why would you do that? Like, what the trade-off is insane, for like $50. Like, why would you do that?
Exactly. Why would you not invest in this and end up in an urgent care facility or an emergency room with a catastrophic 6-hour or 12-hour wait? Your day is destroyed. You've probably caught, 35 other exposures from illnesses from other patients who are sick. Our healthcare system is a disaster, and the wellness company is working as a parallel healthcare system to treat our patients. And this is warranted. This is important for the American population. And we will continue to do this and take our therapies directly to patients, bypassing this corrupted system.
It is a corrupt system. And I'll tell you the other thing, which is critical to this. It's optional, but when you sign up for the wellness company emergency kit, sign up for the telemedicine, which is I don't even know what it is, like $9 a month or something. It's like very inexpensive. You sign up for that because sometimes you'll have something and the medication is not in the medical emergency kit because it's different. But you sign up for the telemedicine. Now, if you broke your arm or something, obviously you have to go to the hospital. But if it's something else and you can't find it in your guidebook, you just go. You set an appointment on telemedicine. Takes about a couple hours with your physician assigned to you. You go through that, and if you need something that's not in there, they'll prescribe it to your pharmacy, CVS, Walgreens, pharmacy of your choice. And we've done that several times. So it's the greatest invention, the greatest system out there. And it's not self-medicating because you're dealing with doctors. I still go to my doctor. I have a primary care physician. I go, 2 times for the annual checkup, the blood test. You can't do that online. You got to get all that done in the colonoscopy thing, which we all guys hate. You got to be able to do that. So we do all that. But the reason I never get sick is because I have my medical emergency kit. The people that I know, like Saxman, that have traveled with Michelle and forgot it, he said he spent one time $500 and she was sick 3 days. Right? Just put it in your bag and you're good to go. That's why the study you guys did is so critical, Dr. Thorpe.
It's very important. It's landmark. It's first of its kind. And we will continue publishing our results in peer-reviewed medical journal articles for the American people to help them This is what the American people need. Our healthcare system is corrupt.
Isn't it amazing how far the wellness company has come since COVID, when it was basically developed out of need and frustration, that basically now, 6 years later, look at how far this company has evolved to. Isn't that kind of an amazing story in and of itself?
It is. I'm so honored to be with the Wellness Company, and I look forward to continue to serve the American people with the products that we have available.
Who has been the real genius behind this whole thing? Is that McCullough?
Well, I think that's a great question. I think that you know, Foster Colson, the founder, had a very close relationship with Zev Zelenko. The CEO, Peter Gillily, and Peter McCullough, they're all geniuses. They know what was needed. They started this company, you know, now 4 years ago and it's the trajectory of the company. This is what the American people needed. The foresight of Dr. Peter McCullough and Foster Colson, the founder, and Peter Gillily, the CEO, and my other colleagues on the board. It's been phenomenal, and it's been such an honor and a privilege to work with people of this caliber.
And you know, the medical community writ large frowns on the wellness company. Why is that?
Yeah, well, they hate it, and we're being aggressively attacked. Why? Because we're doing the right thing. We're exposing their corruption. We're exposing, you know, you call up your doctor, go to an emergency room, go to an urgent care, or turn on your television and watch the series, The Pit, which is the emergency room in Pittsburgh. You'll see what a freaking disaster our healthcare system. And this is not in one city. I have physicians in my family and friends all over the country. It's the same thing. Medicine, all the physicians are owned, employed, and they are nothing more than talking head robots using algorithmic medicine. And you know what? 90% of them just take the COVID vaccine. You know, I have more respect for used car salesmen than I do my physician colleagues. And that's true because they just continue to follow the algorithm, do what they're told to do to collect their paycheck. 90% or more, they're not taking the COVID vaccine shots, but they're pushing it on their patients because that's what they're told to do. They know the truth. They know the truth, but they remain silent and implicit with continuing to push those vaccines like the hospitals, like the medical organizations, like the pharmaceutical companies. This is a corporate, kleptocratic, mafiosa type relationship between the medical journals, the pharmaceutical companies, the hospitals, and the independent medical organizations.
Is it about money? Is it all about money?
It's all about money and power and control. Money, power, and control.
Well, you guys certainly are the disruptors. There's no doubt about it. And that's why I'm such a believer. And, you know, it's great when you got a lot of different people that promote your products. But I am the one that utilizes it on a daily basis. Right? There's not a lot of people. A lot of people get paid to say promote this and promote that. I mean, I've got medical kits all over my family. I've got the travel kit here. I've got the travel emergency kit, the green one, just in case. So I got this also. So, and I take so many of your different products, and I'm healthier than ever. I'm 68 years old. I feel great. I get up every day, do 75 push-ups, 3 sets of 25 at 4 in the morning. You find another 68-year-old that does that. Now, look, I'm overweight. I get it, right? Nothing's perfect. I could stand to lose a few. No doubt about it. And I do take the GLP orally. I'm not going to take the needle. So that helps a little bit, but every little bit helps. But you guys have been phenomenal to me, and I don't know how many times I've utilized your stuff and utilized your products, and I'm the perfect picture of health. I should be on a sandwich board in New York City. Everybody would buy it.
You look terrific, John. Keep up the good work and enjoy the ball game.
Thank you. I'm going to the Astros game. Screw the Nationals. Doc, thanks for being with us. Now, you want to get your medical emergency kit. Here's how to do it. Go to twc.health/Godzilla, twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off out of the goodness of our heart. twc.health/Godzilla, promo code Godzilla, 10% off for you and your family. Stay healthy. Doc, thanks for being with us.
Thanks,
Thank you. Stephen K. Bannon by phone next.
92.7 FM Chester, W299DB 107.7 Bonaire, 100.5 FM Goochland, and WJFB Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. Iran, Ukraine, and more. It's a packed agenda for this week's NATO summit in Turkey. President Trump departs Washington for Ankara later today.
Since Mark Rutte took over as NATO Secretary General nearly 2 years ago, he has spent much of his time trying to keep the U.S. committed to the world's biggest military alliance. Trump has long accused NATO allies for spending too little on defense. They have taken substantial steps to address those concerns, only to face fresh criticism after declining to join the war against Iran. This year's summit is being hosted by Turkish President Recep Tayyip Erdogan. His close relationship with Trump may help keep the American president at the table, but it's unlikely to mend the rifts. I'm Rika Ann Garcia.
Nearly 40 huge wildfires still going strong across the West, most of them scattered around Colorado, Utah, and New Mexico. Flooding's a concern from parts of the Midwest to New England, and while there has been relief from the oppressive heat for many, some parts of the East still having to deal with the heat dome. It's made for so much misery across such a vast area in recent days. What's this fascination with socialism and its sibling communism among so many younger Americans? Former Trump economic advisor Steve Moore says the record is very clear. It doesn't work. He adds that President Reagan was well aware of that.
Free enterprise and free markets work, and communism and socialism are a failure. And of course, he was 100% correct. That's what led to the collapse of the Soviet Union. Guess what? Socialism doesn't work. It's why the boat people left Cuba and risked their lives to come to the United States.
Moore speaking with the Salem Radio Network, confident that eventually the truth will win out. Wall Street traders will be getting back to work this morning following the long Independence Day holiday weekend, and the Dow will be opening at 52,900. That is a record high. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Health insurance rates are surging in America, leaving millions without affordable options. If you're sick of having paychecks eaten up by healthcare costs or dealing with mega corporations, then listen to this. Christians don't need to waste money on a broken system. That's why I want to tell you about Christian Healthcare Ministries. It's an alternative to traditional health insurance at half the cost. With CHM, fellow believers contribute monthly to help pay each other's medical bills. There's no enrollment period, so you can join anytime. And you aren't restricted to provider networks, so you choose the doctors and hospitals you want. It's that simple. CHM is not insurance. It's a ministry that puts faith into action. Feel the difference of financial support and biblical care from fellow believers. Join CHM today by visiting chministries.org/wellness. That's chministries.org/wellness.
They are massive, deadly, and destructive. Wildfires continue to rage across parts of Europe.
Some of the pictures that have been coming out of Greece are particularly grim. That's because the fire there started at a recycling plant, which has caused this thick, dark smoke over the city of Thessaloniki. In Portugal, it's been described as a monster wildfire that they're really struggling to contain now, and even Italy and Spain are having to send their firefighters over there to help them with that. All this, of course, as Spain is dealing with a wildfire of its own in the Catalonian region. The firefighters there have managed to create this 40-kilometre perimeter and contain it, box it in, which is rather impressive, but the residents there are still feeling very, very shaken.
And that's BBC's Alfie Haversham. China's Navy tests launching a long-range ballistic missile from one of its nuclear-powered submarines in the South Pacific. The New Zealand government says the missile was fired into a nuclear-free zone established in 1986. News and analysis, townhall.com. Securing the ballot box, that is high on the list of priorities for the top prosecutor in Texas.
Speaking with me, Texas Attorney General and Republican Senate candidate Ken Paxton discussed why he believes election integrity is critical to the future of the country.
Because if you cannot protect your elections, the left will take them over by cheating. And once they control it, then they control the apparatus. They'll never let you go. They'll cheat forever. And so it's very important that you maintain that election integrity and that we gain it back through things like the Save America Act. Because if we lose that, we are going to lose the country because nothing else will be done. We'll be stuck in elections that are not true and not fair.
Willie Nelson, Washington.
President Trump rings the opening bell for the New York Stock Exchange and the NASDAQ today. He will do so remotely from the Oval Office. The event is aimed at promoting the launch of Trump accounts, investment money that will benefit children born during Mr. Trump's current term in office. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The Trump administration has brought positive changes when it comes to fixing our broken healthcare system. If we really want to make America healthy again, well, that starts at home. And that's where the Wellness Company comes in. You see and hear from the Wellness Company doctors all the time, and you know their products are the gold standard for keeping you and your family safe and healthy, giving you the opportunity to make sure you're prepared for whatever happens with their prescription medical kits. Additionally, the Wellness Company offers a variety of products, from parasite cleanses to methylene blue to weight loss and so much more. Make America healthy again starts at home. Do your part and protect the health of you and your family. Live a healthier, longer, and more satisfying life. Go to twc.health/Godzilla and order. That's twc.health/Godzilla. Use promo code Godzilla to save 10% today.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man who trucks the truth from coast to coast, John Fredericks.
Great to have you with us. I am your Godzilla of the Truth in America, your Oracle of the Deplorables, coming alive from the nation's capital, the cleanest, safest, most beautiful city in America. We saw that on July 4th. Joining us now, special edition by phone, Stephen K. Bannon. Steve, thanks for joining us today.
John Fredericks, thank you. And the president has done a great job of cleaning up the Capitol. But as you know better than anybody, they're going to put probably, I think, the most radical mayor in the country is about to be elected this November by the residents of Washington, D.C., the imperial capital. And it will be far worse than Mondani in New York City.
She is a pure communist to the left of Mondani. The Republican Party of Washington, D.C. has no response. They've yet to put, the only person that's put out any press releases is me as Ward 2 chairman. They put no press releases out. They don't have a candidate on the ballot. She's basically unopposed, and she's going to be the next communist mayor of D.C., and she's running on a platform of free D.C., free them from what? So we can go back to tents, needles, crime. Everything is down. Everything is beautiful. But they don't want it this way. They want the squalor to come back. It's unbelievable, Steve.
I think, John, that this is going to force, when she's elected, I think it's going to force President Trump to really rethink home rule.
Yeah.
I mean, one of the central problems we have in this country, this is the interview I gave Politico the other day, you and I had a chance to talk about, and then you wrote this brilliant piece. The major cities in our country, and people got to face up to the reality, the major cities in our country right now are run by Marxist jihadists. We don't control New York City. We don't control Chicago. We don't control Minneapolis. We don't control Seattle, Portland, San Francisco, Los Angeles. I could go on and on. Denver. You can't have a country where you've had basically the nullification of federal law by a group. These are not liberals, not even progressives. These are Marxist jihadists. You saw Mamdani's wife didn't stick around for the 4th of July in the greatest city in the world, New York City, and see this amazing naval review and tall ships and air combat power that just blew people away for 7 or 8 hours before they even got to the fireworks. She had to go to a jihadist training camp / meditation, jihadist meditation center in Spain for the weekend. These cities have been taken over, and D.C. is going to be what people are saying. D.C. is going to be far and away the worst. She is the most radical and running unopposed, and not just running unopposed outside of yourself. Really, no pushback at all by the Republican establishment that just thinks we can look the other way. You can't look the other way on things. I'm calling right now for President Trump, and I know you've been an advocate of this, to rethink home rule and actually just say, okay, guys, if this is what you're going to do, you're not going to put communists in charge of Washington, D.C. We have to hold home rule in abeyance.
That's the next step, and he's got to do it, I think, after she wins in November. Can't do it now because she's not there. Bowser is. But soon as she wins, before, forget the midterms, right? You're still going to have a majority in the middle of November. So he's got to do it then. Otherwise, this city is going to go down the tubes, and she's going to resist every single thing he does and bring this back, and the filth and squalor and crime and the whole bit. This is what these people want. But your article in Politico, which I called you up about, which was one of those things, you got to read this piece by Steve, outlined for our audience what you said, which we've been saying for some time. This is now about ballots in boxes, and the communists are winning.
Well, I think people want to put their head in the sand for a long time about how radicalized the Democratic Party is. I mean, you see this every day. It's radicalized on Capitol Hill, particularly in the House. Jamie Raskin, and this is why our warnings about these midterm elections, I still don't think are quite, getting into the consciousness of the leadership of the Republican Party, that the radical nature of Raskin in these, and this is kind of pre-Civil War type animosity by these radicalized Democrats in the House, and they will literally make the White House Fort Apache if they are to win in November, and that's why we've got to put every effort in there. But if you look right below the surface of that, and you look at these cities are run by Marxist jihadists. It's run by a red-green alliance of the most radical Marxist communists and open borders jihadists. And they're in your face. This is not something they're not hiding this. Is that the Republican establishment has refused consistently to confront what this problem is. And this problem has to be confronted. It has to be confronted now. Remember in D.C., Bowser, this woman, the woman that's just won the nomination, essentially part of her campaign is Bowser works too closely with President Trump. You're right, and Bowser, I think, is pretty radical. You're seeing a whole different level of radicalization. And Mamdani is and that's spreading to Texas. Remember, I took the show down to Texas to fight this, starting at the Red Green Alliance, starting in January of this year with Prop 10, the ban Sharia law in Texas, the proposition of ban Sharia law, and to make sure that we identified CARE and the Muslim Brotherhood as terrorist organizations. Mamdani won in a special election in Senate District 9, a state Senate seat in Texas, in the most red and most pro-Trump district. That President Trump won by 17 points in 2024. We lost it by 14. Now, there were some other issues involved, too. But Mamdani and the Working Family Party and the DSA, the Democratic Socialists, have a massive ground game operation in Texas, particularly in places like Houston. They're going to make this radical Tallarico, and Tallarico is a freak. They're going to make him fairly competitive. He'll be beaten, but make him fairly competitive. People don't understand that these victories out west in Colorado are not one-offs. You have a radicalized, basically Marxist jihadist party with a massive ground game, funding by dark money from overseas, that have made inroads, and people are just dismissing the Washington, D.C. situation. Oh, that's the way Washington's ever been. Well, you've had massive incompetence, massive malfeasance, massive corruption in Washington, D.C., but if you look on the political spectrum, they've been liberal, they've been progressive, they've been incompetent. but they haven't been outright Marxist jihadists, and that's what you're going to have, and that's going to cause a huge problem, right? So this is why this battle has to be engaged right now. This is one of the reasons, as you know, I talked to you about potentially running for mayor, over a year ago, seeing, my vast concern about this issue coming up, and you being the only real pushback in all of Washington, D.C.'s politics.
Yeah, and you were very involved in that. And after the due diligence, and I think after the debacle that happened in November in New Jersey and Virginia, right, together we decided that, probably wasn't a good idea. My time is spent focused on other things elsewhere. But now you look at the situation, maybe we should have gone forward with that because we have no response here. I mean, what is frustrating me, and it should be anybody, there's no response. And, you brought up in your article the Cuomo example. Like $40 million. He was endorsed by everybody and their brother, New York Times, Washington Post, Daily News, and got smoked. What happened?
Well, in fact, the show today will start with Alex DeGrasse, kind of the brain strategist for Elise Stefanik. He brought it to my attention because Elise at the time was running for governor of New York before she dropped out. And he warned me back in February of 2025 that there was this guy, Mondami, who was a state representative who was polling, I think, at 3 or 5%. He said, watch out, this guy's going to run the table. He's going to be the next mayor of New York. And at that time, he was dismissed by everybody. And so I tried to get engaged or got a little bit engaged behind the scenes, and it was just a blow-off that you don't know New York City politics. Cuomo's got the Catholic Church in back of him. He's got all the big synagogues. He's got the New York Times. He's got the New York Post. He's got the Murdochs over at Fox. He's got $40 million. He's got the police union, the firemen. He's got every endorsement you can need, and plus he's got $40 million. And this kid's a radical. And if you did the research, you sat there and go, yeah, but this kid every day has 1,000 or 2,000 people canvassing. That means that is the precinct strategy. That has been the great power of the Trump MAGA movement, going door to door, engaging people, particularly low propensity, low information voters. And they were knocking on doors, and Cuomo wasn't. Cuomo was doing hits on CNN and the typical thing you do, and he got blown out. And then there was no response to kind of consolidate, against this guy in DSA and Working Family Party because there's no response to their ground game. By the way, there wasn't a great response down in Texas. There's been a good response. The Texas grassroots have really risen up, but the establishment under the Karl Roves and Bushes don't see it and are getting in certain particularly local elections and county commissions where the Marxist jihadists want to take over. They're starting to win seats. Texas is a problem. Texas now we have to put resources into because of this. And, the Republican establishment thinks they're going to respond to this with tax cuts and foreign wars. It's not going to happen. It's not playing. In Washington, D.C., there's been absolutely no response, but particularly no response from Congress, who really is technically kind of oversees what's happening. So you have a Republican House that is essentially sitting there and allowing the city to be taken over by the most radical kind of politicians in the country.
Why are they afraid to do anything?
I think they're afraid. Number one, when you really face it, President Trump's done it brilliantly the last couple of days. His Mount Rushmore speech, and then what he said on Saturday night, kind of late at night, it was a little truncated. I think he would have developed the theme much more in the 90-minute speech he had planned. But he said, look, this is the greatest threat the country's ever had. You have communists inside the wire. John, you remember I went to that national conservative meeting, I think it was last Labor Day or late August, and gave a speech and said, hey, the problems we've got here in the United States are not driven by what's happening in Tehran. It's what's happening in New York City. Right now we have active Marxist jihadists basically taking charge of these cities. This is why you can't do any mass deportations. They're nullifying. They're like John C. Calhoun. They are nullifying federal law, whether it's in Los Angeles, San Francisco, Minneapolis, Chicago, New York, and we're afraid to confront that. And President Trump said this is the greatest threat the country has, because having fought communism and Marxism for many, many decades. Now we're confronted with this combination of a Marxist jihadist combination. Look in New York City, you have 8.5 million people, and Mondami in the speech the other day, we're mocking people. 3.5 million are foreign born. Think about that for a second. In New York City of 8.5 million people, 3.5 million people today are foreign born. And that's there. And this is what you get from mass illegal immigration. Bovino tells you there's 100 million illegal aliens in the country. We're not doing any mass deportations. And people are saying that you can't do these mass deportations, that you can't even get the worst criminals out. So it has to be confronted now, both the legal immigration, which is a total scheme, and the illegal immigration that is flooded the zone with and makes these cities look like Mogadishu. So that's it's got to be confronted. And right now, you don't have the establishment Republican Party doesn't have the guts for this. And so that's why I think MAGA, and people are saying, "Oh, MAGA is split." I think MAGA is we're at the very early stages of MAGA as a political force, particularly America First and what's best for America, and confronting. Only MAGA has the strength and, quite frankly, the toughness to confront this Marxist jihadist threat to the nation.
So basically, MAGA's got to be the response. That's what you're saying, because right now there is
100%. 100%. You see this every day on your show. I mean, you would have been a perfect candidate against her. Now, it probably would have been a mission that ends in failure electively, because the city is, what is it? It's 9%. I think it's 6% Republican, or 3%. And they don't even count the votes. If you vote here, particularly if you mail in your ballot, who even knows? From those districts that have, like yours, that have a few Republicans in it, who even know if it's so rigged here. And that's the thing. It's one of the reasons people are discouraged. But no, it has to be a hardcore MAGA principles of American sovereignty, border security, mass deportations, get back, and more populist economic policies. Right? You're not gonna confront. This is like when Mondani and these guys talk about. Free rent. The rent's too damn high in free rent. Well, listen, we understand that that situation is very complicated. It has to be worked on, but you can't, roll up a copy of Milton Friedman and throw it at them and think that's going to win. It's not. You have to be very creative on policy. You have to meet the people where some of these needs are, and you have to get to work on a policy basis and respond to that. But you also have to confront this on its radical nature. Look, I'll be blunt. I've recommended and told the president and told others that I would not seat those three radicals coming from New York. I would have Congress and have the speaker not seat those three in January. I think that you have to have allegiance to the United States of America. It's obvious they have allegiance. They don't have allegiance. They have allegiance to tear this country down. They've openly stated it. So the three radicals that won in these primaries in New York, that upset, particularly the woman who upset the Hispanic caucus chair. These people are radical. They don't have an allegiance to the United States of America. In fact, their whole platform is they don't have an allegiance to the United States of America. Therefore, they should not be seated. But I think that these are the types of things like taking back home rule, cutting off all money to New York City, confronting what's happening in Chicago. I would rehire Bovino and send him back up to Minnesota. I think this has to be confronted. If you're going to allow them to nullify federal law, and this is what it is, they're no different than John C. Calhoun about nullification. If you let that go on, like we saw back in the 1850s, you're going to end up in a civil war one day. And that's what I said. Either stop it now, right, while it's getting its sea legs, or if you let it get power and you let it control the major cities of the country, Los Angeles, San Francisco, Chicago, New York City, Boston. You let it control, now Washington, D.C., you let it control the major metropolitan areas of this country, which is still the hubs of commerce in our system, and you're going to rue the day you let that happen.
Who stands in the gap?
Well, first of all, I think people like you. I think your idea you had, you kind of saw this coming 6, 7, 8 months ago. You said, hey, there's something happening in D.C. And this is, folks have to understand, President Trump has put an enormous effort into not just the beautification of Washington, D.C., and putting troops out there to get good order and discipline, but really to allow citizens to look at and see there's an established order of things that you can live a life which our major cities are allow you to live, right? That's not going to happen forever. First off, obviously, it takes a lot of money, and it takes a lot of opportunity costs that these people, and particularly National Guard and others, are not doing other things. It's good as an initial step because it was so far gone. As you know, John, there were fountains here that didn't work for 20 years. The statues, the beautiful statues in the city, were left to go to waste. President Trump just redid with Matthew Taylor, a colleague of mine, a Freedom Park. Freedom Plaza is now this beautiful statuary park with all these great statues about the American Revolution. This is what President Trump's done. That's not going to be able to go on for. At some point in time, you should be able to pass that on to a administration of a city. But that by law we've kind of given them home rule to be able to do it. Now, not only are they not competent enough to do that, as Bowser's administration shows you, it's going to get worse. Now you're going to direct confrontation from Marxist jihadists that want to turn the schools into basically madrasas for the training of a new generation of people that hate America and hate American citizens. This is what Mondami's wife shows you everything. On the 250th anniversary of the country, being the wife of the mayor, theoretically the first lady of New York City, and how central New York City is to the celebration of our freedom, and how central it was to the American Revolution. She gets on a plane to go to some sort of meditation or wellness or healing center for Islam in a foreign country. It just shows you the complete disdain and hate they have for even the idea of America, right? Much less the practical nature of our country, right? The lived experience day to day of our citizens. So no, it has to be confronted. You're seeing it up close and personal. I mean, you're actually involved in the mechanics of trying to govern Washington, D.C. You see it every day of what a fiasco it is, and it's about to get 10 times worse.
It's unbelievable. Do you think we made a mistake in not running for mayor, looking back on it?
Hindsight's always 20/20, but it might have been positive. The only thing is it would take you away from your vast radio empire that you're building and getting the word out on MAGA, which we need more than ever, particularly you've strategically, your audience should know that you've strategically picked these stations in a battleground state like Pennsylvania. Like if we don't win those seats, Jamie Raskin's going to be in charge. And people have got to understand that Raskin, these people, they've hired 3 law firms. They have a whole program of attacks they're going to do on the Trump administration. They're going to try to turn the White House into Fort Apache. I mean, they're very open about this. This is how they're raising money. So where you have these radio stations is absolutely central. Is absolutely central to us holding the House, by a seat or two. It's to try to thwart a 20 or 30 sweep by the Democrats. So I think that's actually, if you weigh and measure everything, probably more important. But it doesn't mean that you still can't be avoided. Look, there's no Republican voice at all in the district. And people in the Republican Party, I think, feel that that's appropriate and that's okay. It's a liberal city. The demographics outweigh what the Republicans can bring. There's been no development of any kind of political structure or process in the city, and that was fine. Well, that was fine until it's obvious that the Marxist jihadists have a strategy, and that is to use foreign-born, oftentimes illegal alien voters to overwhelm at the ballot box and to take over all the major metropolitan areas. It's not sustainable. If people don't think we're heading to a civil war, you're absolutely incorrect. You cannot have a country that the major metropolitan areas of the country that are among the leading places for finance and commerce in the world can be controlled by a group of radicals. Look what happened in Los Angeles, right? They will do whatever they have to do with mail-in ballots and whatever to make sure they stay in power and steal these elections. And this is why I think President Trump has rightly made such a big deal about the Save America Act, that it has to be done. This is why, as you know on the show now, we're talking about a national security emergency being filed after these revelations come out from Bill Pulte at DNI and our colleague John Solomon, who's now working 2 jobs. He's driving a a task force at the White House on declassification of material that is germane to the stealing of the 2020 election. That this is where we find ourselves right now. But it should be general quarters and everybody to the ramparts. Or for as much as people say, hey, President Trump's not doing this, he's supposed to do this, etc. The central beating heart of the issue is that President Trump saved the nation. We wouldn't have a country if he didn't win in 2016. We wouldn't have a country if he did not take those 4 years in the wilderness and put together a plan of how to strike back hard. And we wouldn't have we wouldn't have a country because you can see what the alternative is if he had not come and won in a sweeping mandate. So regardless of some people on the margin say, hey, he didn't do this, he didn't do that, his presence has saved this republic. And trust me, after Trump, the deluge. So we better take maximum advantage of it while we've got it. And that's why I think in D.C., although you didn't run for mayor, I think there's a lot of opportunities to use it. John, if nothing else, I don't think there's anybody else. I'd never hear anybody, no Republican, no conservative, nobody's got any, particularly no MAGA, that's outlining this issue of what's happening in our nation's capital. And after people came here and saw how beautiful and what President Trump has done to save this city with Herculean efforts, understanding those efforts can't last forever, and at some point in time, the D.C. administration is going to have to step in here and actually do what they're supposed to, which is run a beautiful, magnificent city. Then we're going to have massive, massive problems. And I think you see this being the Ward 2 head. You see it from the inside.
I don't think there's any doubt about it. Just so everybody knows, Steve's got to bounce. But when we were putting this mayoral campaign together, Steve was right at the center of it. He was going to be the chairman, and but we decided after the debacle in Virginia and New Jersey that we had to save Virginia, save those seats, and that's where our focus should be. So I think we made the right strategic decision.
Yeah, the focus was on the redistricting. You had to fight.
Had to fight that, and we did. I mean, we were able to win it. But
yes, you wouldn't.
Steve, you gotta bounce. But I tell you what, your final word. What is the one thing that MAGA can do to put the brakes on the demise of our city?
I think it's to those of you engaged, continue to engage. To those who have maybe said, hey, it's too much for me, you got to re-engage. And I think we got to force the hand of the Republican establishment to either stand and fight here or get out of the way. And you see this in the Senate, what they're doing with President Trump, and this total disrespect for him, as treating him as a lame duck. John Thune, you see it in the House, kind of taking off more days for this holiday than they should. I think they're only back, John, 3 weeks between now and Election Day. So we have to make sure that we can overthrow the Republican establishment, because they're certainly not going to fight, and they're not equipped to fight the fight that Mandani is bringing to the battlefield. It's going to be a very difficult fight, very tough, and kind of for all the marbles.
We need you on our show every Monday at 8 o'clock. Perfect. Don't forget to follow War Room 10 to noon and then 5 to 6. Just go to War Room. It's all over the place on Rav and everything else. Steve, thanks for being with us. I'll be right back with your call.
Science-backed nootropics to help you sharpen focus, concentrate longer, enhance recall, improve mental speed, learn rapidly, and be more alert. It's a pill-free brain supplement made with maximum absorption ingestible gel technology, designed to feed your brain at the cellular level. Take it for a test drive. Go to healthycell.com and use code GODZILLA for 20% off your first order of Focus Plus Recall. That's healthycell.com, code GODZILLA for 20% off.
This is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. We got a wonderful email from one of our customers up east named Joe, and here's what he had to say. I started taking Solti almost out of desperation with little hope, because I was resigned to the futility that although I was up to taking 2 statins a day, high cholesterol was something I just had to learn to live with. In fact, when I turned 60, after taking a stress cardio test, my doctor called me on a Saturday, which of course is never a good sign, and told me that I was clogged more than 95% of the people my age. I had had an angioplasty and a stent procedure done at that time. Today, my stubborn triglycerides are only 1/3 of what they had been before starting taking Solti. My prescription statin dosage has shrunk from 60 milligrams to only 10 milligrams a day. My primary care doctor that I have had for many years still can't believe the results, and neither can I. Thank you, Solti, for providing such a wonderful product. And folks, I want to invite you to take care of your heart also by going to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. Use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% discount on your initial shipment. Thanks so much.
Hey folks, Al Green here for SatPhone. When you're on the go, you want to know you're connected. If it's a family vacation or an off-the-grid escape to a remote destination, having reliable communication helps you feel safe and secure. You can't afford to find yourself in a dead zone. That's why you need SatPhone. SatPhones are reliable, durable, and give you global coverage. If you can get outside, you can get in touch. It's that simple. Make calls from your SatPhone to any regular cell phone in the United States. The phones are a $1,500 value, but you can get yours free. Just sign up for a 15-month plan, $94.95 a month. Get 150 minutes monthly that roll to the next month. Go 3 months without using them, that's fine. Yes, 3 months, 450 minutes, all yours. Visit SAT123.com or call 855-980-5830. SAT123.com, 855-980-5830. Get surety and security with your SatPhone. Call now.
Ponder this. I've recently noticed that the way a person drives may have a direct correlation to their personality. I'm pretty confident that most of you have witnessed this as well. We see courteous drivers. These are people who allow others to change lanes when safety permits. Courteous drivers usually use their turn signals to gesture to others their intentions. They stop at red lights and pay attention when waiting for a red light to go green. There are other drivers who are not so courteous, even aggressive, and get defensive when others try to change lanes. These drivers tend to get angry at others to the point of road rage. What does your driving signal to others? Do you show love and kindness to fellow drivers as the Lord would want you to do? Or do you lose control and take your anger out on others? We are called to be charitable to others even when they don't extend charity to us. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
For the first time ever, we're bringing you MyPillow mattresses and mattress toppers for as low as $99.98. Remember, sleep's all about temperature and pressure points. Whatever sleep needs you have, we have the right technology for you. Like our MyPillow mattress topper, our queen size has over 10,000 individual comfort supports to help relieve your pressure points. And how about our 3-inch Hybrid Plus mattress topper? It's infused with copper and silver to help your body get the restorative sleep it needs. And our MyPillow and Case Coil mattresses, I personally helped develop these mattresses to make sure they have everything needed to give us great sleep. Plus, they're made right here in the USA, and they ship right to your front door, absolutely free.
Go to MyPillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla to get MyPillow mattresses and toppers for as low as $99.98 and free shipping.
It was a horse performance in the second half. Horse. I'm totally embarrassed and totally ashamed. Coaching did a horrible job. The players did a horrible job. We got our ass kicked in that second half. It sucked. It stunk.
Don't touch that dial. You've found your home of the truth.
Do you solemnly swear to tell the truth, whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
With the best analysis in America.
You can't handle the truth.
And now back to the John Fredericks Show.
Well, you got him. Great to have you with us live in your nation's capital, the safest, most beautiful city in America until we get the communists here. Then we'll have to see what happens. It's going to be the end of home rule, I can tell you that. President Trump not going to stand for this. Not after the great things he's done in this city and how revitalized it's been. And, having so many people here traveling into the city for the 4th of July festivities and for the state fair, which is still going on, which is gorgeous, for the fireworks, for everything that is happening. We got so many people around the country that came here and said, wow, I can't believe how beautiful the city is, how clean it is. And I must have talked to 50 people, at least 50 on the street, in the metro, wherever Ann and I were this last 3 days, saying to me from out of town that this is a totally different city than they've ever been here in the past. And so people are now remembering this. They don't want it to go back. The nation doesn't want the city to go back to the way it was. Forget the city, forget the residents that don't want it. The country doesn't want the city to go back to the way it was under Biden, with tents and homeless and crime and carjacking and gangs and panhandlers and squalor and filth and rats and garbage all over the place and graffiti. They don't want it to go back there. Burned out buildings, broken windows not getting repaired, cardboard up, plywood up. They don't want that. Nobody wants that. Tents in parks, tent cities, people defecating on the street. I mean, when I first got here, people would just drop their pants, take a dump right in the sidewalk, pull them up and walk away. I mean, it's squalor and filth. You don't have to live this way. You couldn't ride the metro. You couldn't walk down the street. You couldn't go after dark. Couldn't do anything. Now you go in the metro, it's like going to a train in Disneyland. Perfect, clean, safe, beautiful, not a scrap of paper, not a scrap of dirt, no vagrants, nobody jumping the turnstiles. They got to pay to get in. Beautiful. Go on the metro cars, perfectly clean, mopped. Floors at the metro, mopped. Union Station, pristine. You couldn't walk through Union Station without throwing up. The smell of urine. There were people with sleeping bags. You have to step over them. They didn't do anything about it. Well, it's just D.C. No, it doesn't have to be that way. You don't have to live in filth and squalor. Trump has showed us another way. This is why we got to keep fighting for this. John Fredericks Media Network, your Godzilla of the truth in America, your oracle of the deplorables, right here, coming live from your nation's capital. We're going to get to Mark Mix. Rob, I know you've been on hold in New York a long time. Rob, I got a couple minutes before Mark. Go ahead, Rob, you're live.
Hey, John, good morning. I know you're busy. Great show. Just a couple of quick hits here. I'm glad you have Dr. Thorpe on. My mother almost died of sepsis last year, and it came about from a botched outpatient procedure. So sepsis is real. Thank goodness that they have a lot of aggressive antibiotics, but it never should have happened in the first place. So I'm glad he was talking about that this morning. Second thing, thanks for that Michael Rappaport clip, because he's an interesting character. He was a deranged anti-Trumper, and look how full circle he's gone. I mean, or you should say 180 would be more accurate. I mean, the guy is, you talk about a Hollywood type, and even though he wasn't exactly A-list, but his eyes are open, and he's calling it as he sees it. And you know what? Good for him. And supposedly Donnie Deutsch, who's no fan of the right, he was out the other day also what the hell's going on with the party? But yet here's the problem. Who really on the left is standing up? We have a major issue. Most of the GOP runs away. You'll never hear a GOP candidate thank canvassers. Mondami does. When's the last time you saw a GOP guy do that? But on the other hand, you have Democrats who aren't standing up for this either. So something's got to give here, and it's going to be up to us in the grassroots to make this, to push back. Otherwise, we'll be eating out of a trash can and dodging feces on the street. I mean, this is insane.
Well, like Steve Bannon said, you can't allow every major city to go into communist hands that don't enforce federal law. You have no country. And then you're heading towards a conflict. Call it civil war as he does. And what's interesting too, he frames it as the Marxist jihadist movement. And what it was shocking when he said, hey, John, there's out of 8.5 million people in New York City, 3.5 million are foreign born. 3.5 million. They aren't even from here. They have no interest in this country. They want it to be like the crap holes they came from, I guess. And then he pointed out the first lady, the mayor, on her biggest birthday, 250, goes to a jihadist retreat in Spain. I mean, this is the disdain they have for America. It's just absolute disdain. They want to tear it down. He also said that the three communists shouldn't be seated. I mean, the Republicans don't have they don't have the balls to fight this. That's the problem. They have the balls. This takes immense courage, and the Republicans don't have it. I mean, he nailed it in D.C. My party, the Washington, D.C. GOP, which threw me out, and now, they can't do anything about it because I'm the only elected official in the city. They can't do anything now. There's been no response. No candidate, no response, no press release, nothing, no press conference, nothing. Just, you know what? Keep my chairman's badge and, it's all good. That's what we have fighting them. Nothing. Vacuous. So with you that I'm right. You're right, Rob. So thank you. Let's get to, thank you for the call, Rob. Let's get to Mark Mix, President, National Right to Work Foundation, CEO. Mark, thanks for being with us. Thank you for your patience.
Oh, no problem, John. I've been interested to listen and hear Steve Bannon and hear you. Of course, always interested in hearing you talk about what's going on, not only in Washington, D.C., but around the country. So thanks for the opportunity.
You guys are now in the front lines. Right to Work is on the front lines. The communists are taking over. They want to unionize everything. They don't want to give people the option to do anything. They don't want to give companies the option. Give me kind of the national picture on Right to Work now.
Yeah, John. Well, look, 26 states in the country have right to work laws. They're very simple. We believe that workers should have the right to join unions if they choose to do so, but should never be compelled and forced to pay dues or fees just to get or keep a job. 80% plus Americans believe that's the right way to go. But being right's not enough, John. And this is your point. This is why we got to be involved. And Rob's call about grassroots being involved. And you've seen evidence of it in this last legislative session in Virginia. You saw the Commonwealth of Virginia, not only elected officials on the Democrat side and the Republican side rise up and grassroots rise up. Thanks to your help, we stopped a bunch of nonsense in Richmond related to labor policy. Right now, President Trump wants to put people back to work. He wants to bring jobs back to America. His policies are working in that regard. And building an economy here in the United States where we provide opportunities for people to feed their families and take care of themselves and join that American dream is a really important part of his agenda. And that flows through the National Labor Relations Board. It flows through the Department of Labor. And so those appointees and the actions the president's taken in that regard are making a difference in helping to create an environment, not government dictating, but creating an environment where opportunity and people can risk capital like you do every day, John, and as an entrepreneur and building something that allows people to expand themselves and their families and take care of themselves. I think the State of the Union is good. The president thinks about this all the time, not the state of organized labor union, because they got problems, John, because they rely on compulsion and force as their business model. That's not going to work for them. It hasn't worked for them. And the president understands that. He's in favor of the American worker, but he's not in favor of force and coercion. And we've got a couple of little battles that are coming up right now on the federal side, like the Secretary of Labor. He took the advice of Sean O'Brien, the Teamster president, for his first nominee, Lori Chavez DeRemer. You and I opposed that. You helped us get opposition out nationally, but she got confirmed, and she turned out to be an embarrassment, not only to President Trump, but to Sean O'Brien. This time, it doesn't appear that O'Brien's making any recommendations, and he's nominated Keith Sunderling, who's been at the Department of Labor for a while, and we've got that battle in front of us. So that's what we're fighting for now.
You like him?
Yeah, so far, so good. I mean, it's hard to like a bureaucrat, John. We should hold all of them, just a little bit on the edge because it is the federal government. But the good news is he is going to oversee a department that's budget has been reduced by $10 billion since 2025 under the president's budget recommendation for the Department of Labor. If he can get the same efficiency and effectiveness out of that institution, spending $10 billion less, we're in favor of that.
We were both right on the former Secretary of Labor. She was horrible.
Yeah. And, it's really unfortunate the president took that advice. And I'm not sure it came directly from him, but we do know that O'Brien went to Mar-a-Lago with Chavez DeRemer, who was one of 3 Republicans to vote for the repeal of all right-to-work laws across the country, and just said, yeah, maybe we'll throw a bone to these folks. Well, the unions aren't throwing bones to President Trump. They're not. They're opposing him. And I suspect, John, if the political winds do change and they take control of the House or the Senate or the White House in 2028, that all this quote unquote goodwill that we're seeing will dissipate and disappear as they try to go government one more time.
It's all gone. I mean, you're 100% correct. There is no, whenever you collaborate with them, whenever you do bipartisanship, right? As soon as they gain maximum power, that all goes out the window. They could care less. That's why keeping the filibuster so stupid, because if they get power, that thing will be gone in 15 minutes. They just don't care. Mark, what are some of your top priorities in Virginia and across the country right now?
Well, in Virginia, we've got a fight to go that we're going to get ready for the next legislative session. We think they're going to try to come back and do full-fledged monopoly union bargaining for all government employees in the Commonwealth. We were able to surprisingly have put that thing to bed, at least for now. The repeal of the right to work law, we'll keep our eye on that. That bill didn't make it out of Senate committee, which was good news. Right now, we're preparing for November. I mean, obviously, Americans need to know in this grand experiment of self-government where the candidates stand on important issues. And so we're doing a survey of all the candidates running for office for the House of Representatives, the U.S. Senate, and for the state legislatures across the country, asking them a very simple question. Do you believe workers should be forced to pay union dues to get or keep a job? Yes or no? And for the ones that answer and the ones that don't, we make sure that people in their districts know exactly where they stand on the issue of forced unionism. That's a big program. It's a major program. It's underway now. We started back in January as the filing dates came and the primaries came. We don't advocate for the election defeat of any candidate. We don't endorse or support any candidate for office, but we will let their constituents know where they stand on forced unionism. So that's the focus of our efforts right now. We've got some state legislative programs in Montana and New Hampshire where we're looking to expand the number of states with right to work laws to from 26 to 28. We'll work on that. And then we've got some states where we've got some trouble, like Arizona and Nevada, where Democrats are talking about trying to repeal the right to work law. And of course, we got Virginia in 27, which we'll be back in touch with you about that, John, as we prepare for January in the Commonwealth.
It's coming. And this is the thing. It's like a cockroach. You step on it and then you lift your foot up and it crawls away. I mean, you never kill them, right? They just keep coming back. And then you got to get a bigger and bigger antidote. But you guys have done a super job in protecting right to work all over the country, especially in Virginia, because you really look at Virginia when they took over in this landslide. I mean, right to work looked like a lost cause. It looked like we had no shot at stopping that. Also, the monopoly collective bargaining. I mean, I don't think anybody gave us a chance to stop that. And we were able to do it because we went to the grassroots. It shows you when you go to the people and you bring them something that makes sense, they'll help you. And I think that's what happened.
Indeed, John, and that's the secret. I mean, we often think that everything happens in Washington, D.C., but as the late, great Senator Everett Dirksen from Illinois said, when I feel the heat, I see the light. That works in politics. It works in marriage, too, by the way. Just FYI, John. Maybe Ann knows, taught you about that. But that's our job. Our job as constituents is to create the heat so that politicians know, because the first thing they think about after getting elected, John, is how to get reelected. And they will look and take the temperature and feel the wind, whatever way it's blowing. And if you don't affect that wind, then you're out of business when it comes to being part of this grand experiment in self-government. I like to use the analogy of motorboats and sailboats. Every legislative body's got motorboats. You can't do anything about that. They know where they're going. They set their course. It's the sailboats that make the difference. They're the ones that are depending on the wind. And it's up to John Frederick and his listeners and our Right to Work members to create that wind that forces them to go the only direction they can go. And that's with the wind and with the heat that's being created by the grassroots.
Mark, what do you think of all these communists winning? Bannon just called them Marxist jihadists. Kind of an interesting perspective. I don't necessarily disagree with that after hearing what he had to say. What do you think of this? Where are we going with this?
Yeah, well, John, that nomenclature is something that I really worry about because we talk Marxist, jihadist. People don't understand it. When we say the word communist, that's something people recognize. At least my generation does, because we went through the Cold War. We went through the Cuban Missile Crisis. We went through all of the perestroika and all that stuff that was part and parcel of every night's media and the news cycle. Now it's Mondami and the socialists. I mean, they are designed to create government with power over everything. That's real simple. I don't know what you call that from an academic or ideological standpoint, but what we do know is wrong. And we know it violates individual freedom and liberty, which is the core foundation of this country. And, when you think of Mondami in New York, I was thinking about this morning as we were preparing for the show. Joe Biden's Secretary of Labor was Julie Su. She never got confirmed. She was the acting secretary for almost the entirety of his presidency. And you know what? Where she is now? She's the economic advisor for Mondami in New York. And so personnel matters. Personnel matters to policy. And when you think about the structure of Mondami setting up, building government grocery stores, rent-free apartments, those things have been tried again and again, and they've failed everywhere. Since 6,000 years ago, those ideas have failed, and they'll fail again. But we have to live through it again, unfortunately. And I hope, John, that we wake up about this, whether it be in Minneapolis, Minnesota, whether it be in New York City, whether it be in Los Angeles. People are finally getting tired, and I hope the reaction is a good one back to more freedom, more liberty, and more protection of individual rights.
How dangerous is the illegals that have come into this country that are now dominating these major cities? Bannon saying that 3.5 million of the 8.5 million New Yorkers are foreigners, foreign-born. I mean, I was kind of shocked by that. I hadn't really realized that.
Yeah, well, it's interesting, John, when you go back through the history of the immigration to the United States. Back in the 1980s, it was Lane Kirkland, the president of the AFL-CIO, that was trying to get the border secure. I mean, they understood the impact that on union workers across the country by people coming across the border illegally and doing work that they shouldn't be doing. And now you have organized labor from almost every direction. Organized labor is in fact, we got to open up the borders. We can't prosecute these people. We got to keep them here. I mean, the politics of this are very interesting if you study it when it comes to organized labor and how they've reacted to it over the years. But it is dangerous. I mean, we only have to look over the Atlantic Ocean to Europe and see the damage it's doing to those cities and those countries there. In bigger context than just labor policy, in basically cultural existence, frankly, and what's happening in Great Britain, what's happening in Germany, what's happening in Spain. I mean, you can see it, and somehow it looks like we don't pay attention to it. But I think the president's paying attention to it. I know you're paying attention to it too, John. So it is damaging, and you have to have a border. You have to have an immigration policy that's regulated and adjudicated, and it's someone who takes control of it. You can't open the gates. And that's why this Supreme Court decision was really devastating, the one that came from last week, the birthright citizenship thing. Those are big issues outside of I'm getting out of my lane here, John, but I think your point is well taken. From a standpoint of back to organized labor and rank and file workers, you've got to control the border, and this illegal immigration has been a real problem.
Mark Mix with us, got a couple more minutes. Mark Mix, the president and CEO of the National Right to Work Foundation. Mark, let's just be candid. Going forward, why is organized labor now in support of open borders and not deporting these people, which drives down their own wages?
Yeah. I don't understand it, John. I really don't. And you go back in the history and you look at them being one at the forefront of this battle of controlling the borders. Look, it's about revenue. Their revenue stream is dues, and the more workers that come in, the more they can organize workers, the more dues money they're going to have to spend on politics. And so, when you think about the hierarchy of union officials, and John, you and I have talked about this before, the disconnect between rank and file workers on one hand and union officials on the other. And this is a direct result of the power and privilege granted by federal law that gives them control not only of your pocketbook from a standpoint of keeping your job or getting a job, but also your voice by saying that you can't talk to your employer directly. Only the union official can. So the idea that they have a business model that allows compulsion and force basically makes them unaccountable to the very people they claim to represent. And that's the disconnect in organized labor. Samuel Gompers said it best back in his final speech in 1924, I think it was, in El Paso, Texas. He said, "The workers of America adhere to voluntary institutions. If you use force and coercion, you will destroy a movement that on its own, through voluntary means, will be strong and powerful and help workers across this land." They have violated the Gompers creed when it comes to voluntarism and unionism. And they'll tell you, well, nobody can get ahead. Well, we're down to 5.9% union density in the private sector now, John. That's not a winning formula for them. Compulsion's not working. Force is not working. You've got to allow workers to hold union officials accountable. The only way you do that is by controlling their pocketbook.
Mark Mix, you absolutely nailed it. Hey, thank you for being with us today. People want to follow you, Mark. Where do they go?
Well, John, they can find us on that amazing internet at www.nrtw.org for their questions about their legal rights in the workplace. If they have questions about legislation or want to know what's going on in their state, the committee's website is nrtwc.org, nrtwc.org.
Great to hear from you, Mark. Great to see you. You look great. You look great, by the way.
Well, thank you. You do too, John. Thank you. Yeah, appreciate that.
Pennsylvania Posse coming up next. Keep it right here.
WJFN, Goochland, Bonaire, Chester, 100.5, 107.7, 92.7 FM, AM 820, and WJFB, Portsmouth, AM 1650.
Breaking news this hour from Town Hall. I'm Rich Thomason. A court appearance this week for the accused killer of a rising star of the conservative movement.
A 5-day preliminary hearing is scheduled to start Monday for Tyler Robinson, the 23-year-old man accused of assassinating Charlie Kirk last September 10th while Kirk was addressing a crowd of thousands at Utah Valley University. Kirk's widow and parents are expected to be in court in Utah, and the hearing will be live streamed. The proceedings focus on whether there's enough evidence to try Robinson for aggravated murder and whether the death penalty is warranted, which the prosecution is requesting. They say DNA consistent with Robinson's was found on the trigger of the rifle used to kill Kirk, as well as the fired cartridge casing, 2 unfired cartridges, and a towel used to wrap the weapon. Robinson has not entered a plea. I'm Donna Warner.
At least 24 deaths are blamed on the punishing heat wave that gripped such a large swath of the country.
After days of dangerous record-breaking heat across the East Coast, Southeast, and Southwest, officials are reporting a rising death toll and say many victims were found in homes without air conditioning. The storms left nearly 1 million customers across several states without power and raised the threat of flash flooding as scorching temperatures give way to the threat of powerful storms, widespread outages, and flooding concerns. Ken Lorman reporting.
Later this hour, President Trump will ring the Wall Street opening bell. He will do so remotely from the Oval Office. It's aimed at drawing attention to Trump accounts, encouraging investment on behalf of newborns. Later today, Mr. Trump departs for Turkey and the annual NATO summit. That will wrap up on Wednesday. Russia launched yet another drone and missile attack on Ukraine overnight. Hitting the capital, Kiev, the strikes killed at least 18 people, injured many more. More on these stories, townhall.com.
The following is a real-life story from Trinity Debt Management.
When I was feeling the stress of too much credit card debt, I looked at 2 different options, debt settlement and debt management. They may sound the same, but guess what? They're not. Debt settlement seemed like a quick fix, but I found out it would destroy my credit, create tax headaches, and hit me with huge fees. They actually told me to stop paying my bills. No way, not me. Then I turned to a debt management plan developed by the team at Trinity. They worked with my creditors, lowered my payments, reduced my interest, saved me thousands, and paid off my debt. And Trinity is a Christian company, which is important to me.
If credit card debt has you down, call Trinity at 1-800-990-6976.
My name is Heather. Please forget debt settlement. And remember, Trinity Debt Management.
1-800-990-6976.
International shipping, risky business in some parts of the world these days.
A cargo ship has come under attack off the coast of Yemen in the Red Sea. The United Kingdom Maritime Trade Operations Center reported the attack off of Yemen. The UK MTO says the ship was reportedly under attack by unknown armed assailants. The UK MTO also says authorities are investigating and no group immediately claimed the attack. Yemen's Houthi rebels have threatened to begin attacking ships again, though they have not been carrying out any attacks. Somali pirates also have been active further away in the Gulf of Aden recently. I'm Rika Ann Garcia.
The Philippine Senate has started the impeachment trial of Vice President Sara Duterte. Politically volatile event will unfold against backdrop of her bitter feud with President Ferdinand Marcos Jr. Thousands of police officers have been deployed to secure the Senate. News and analysis, townhall.com. The White House has a problem with those entrusted with overseeing the national treasure that's known as America's attic.
A report released late on Independence Day by the White House Domestic Policy Council calls leadership at the Smithsonian Institution radical activists who cannot be trusted, especially at the National Museum of American History. And the report indicates that President Donald Trump may be getting ready to install his own team. In March, Trump said he intended to force changes at the Smithsonian with an executive order targeting funding programs that advanced dismissive narratives and improper ideology. Donna Warder, Washington.
UK-based TV, internet, and mobile phone provider Sky, which is owned by Comcast, has agreed to buy ITV's media and entertainment arm for up to $2.1 billion. Deal comes after months of talks to create major competitor to the global streaming giants. More on these stories, townhall.com.
Trump 2.0 is in full effect. How do you keep up with all the action? I'll tell you. TrumpNationNews.com is your inside source for the inside scoop. Manufacturing, jobs, deportations, and the nation's rejuvenation. The first 100 days and beyond. All the news you need and no liberal gibberish. It's the perfect way to start your day. Sign up for the TNN newsletter. Do it today. TrumpNationNews.com. TrumpNationNews.com. Part of the John Fredericks Media Network.
All right, folks, I need you to do something right now. Go to johnfredericksradio.com and take our brand new 2028 Republican presidential straw poll. Who do you want leading the ticket? Don't let the elites decide. Make your voice heard. While you're there, weigh in on two huge issues: eminent domain reform and President Trump's tariff policies. Are they protecting American workers or hurting growth? This is your movement, your vote, your voice, your choice. Go to johnfredericksradio.com right now and take the poll.
It's finally here, our second annual mega sale. This sale only comes around once a year, so take advantage of the best offers ever while you can. For example, save 50% on our Giza Dream bed sheets, as low as $29.98. And for the first time ever on TV, MyPillow mattresses and MyPillow mattress toppers, as low as $99.98. And you save 50% on our Lux Pure 6-piece towel sets, regular $69.98. Now only $39.98. And our best-selling standard My Pillows, regular $49.98, on sale for $17.98. Wait on it, mega sale only $14.98. But wait, there's more. To make the mega sale even more special, when you order right now, your order's going to ship absolutely free.
To take advantage of the second annual mega sale, go to mypillow.com or call 800-854-0504 and use promo code Godzilla.
Washington is wasting $500 million every year on a federal supervision system that doesn't work. Probation officers are overwhelmed. Resources are going to people who pose zero threat, while actual dangerous individuals slip through the cracks. The Safer Supervision Act stops the waste and refocuses every dollar on protecting families from harm. President Trump's own pollster found about 80% of Trump voters want this fixed. It's time for Congress to get this done. Stop the waste. Protect our communities. Visit safersupervision.com. Paid for by the Reform Action Fund.
The Cats and Cosby Show.
It's the top news of the day.
People are out there saying, oh, the Iranians are never going to live by it. But let me tell you something. President Trump is going to bomb them again if they screw around.
Hopefully they live up to it. And if not, the pounding's coming. We're going to do it again and again and again.
The Cats and Cosby Show, weekdays 5 Eastern, 4 Central on the stations of the John Fredericks Media Network.
Trump is the toughest president we ever had.
Well, he's definitely the best bomber.
Folks, this is Crom Carmichael, CEO of Solti. I have recently turned 77 years old. I do not take prescription drugs. I have not had to take prescription drugs, and I attribute a lot of my good health to a product that I've been taking, which is the active ingredient in Solti. It's a 22% concentration of theaflavin. We did clinical trials on it 25 years ago and found that it helped lower cholesterol. We have had many, many hundreds of letters and emails from customers telling us how it has helped them not only manage their cholesterol, but lower their triglycerides and help them on their blood pressure. And I can't tell you how much I attribute to Solti for my good health at age 77. And I encourage you to go to GodzillaHeart.com. That's GodzillaHeart.com. And use the code Godzilla at checkout, and you'll get a 50% off on your initial shipment of Solti. And I promise you it will be a great help for your heart health. Thanks so much.
Ponder this. Why would God permit evil to occur? Why does he allow bad things to happen to good people? Why doesn't he intercede when innocent people are unjustly accused? These questions sometimes cause good people to turn their face away from God and question the very existence of God. But God does exist, and he does permit evil. Why, you ask? The short answer is that God permits evil to bring about a greater good. Think about this. The greatest evil ever committed is the killing of our God, Jesus Christ, the second person of the Holy Trinity. From this great evil came the greatest good, the opening of the gates of heaven. That's right, heaven did not open until Christ shed his blood for us. We must always trust God's plan for our salvation, especially when hard times fall upon us. Pray, trust, and persevere in good times and bad. I'm Susie Kelly, and I am passionately Catholic.
And they're off. This summer, the Thunder returns to Colonial Downs Racetrack. Live thoroughbred racing June 25th through September 7th. Feel the excitement. Hear the roar of the crowd. Experience Virginia's premier horse racing destination every Thursday through Sunday all summer long. Bring the whole family for Family Fun Sundays, packed with activities for all ages. Parking? Free. General admission? Free. Memories? Priceless. Make Colonial Downs Racetrack your new summer fun time tradition. Get tickets and race day info now at colonialdowns.com.
Live from the studios of the John Fredericks Media Network, it's The John Fredericks Show. Grab yourself a cup of 1775 coffee, sit back, and get ready for the best 4 hours of talk in the universe. To be part of the show, just call our toll-free number, 888-480-5646. And now, here's the Godzilla of Truth, the Oracle of the Deplorables, the man you want on that wall, the man you need on that wall, John Fredericks.
Great to have you on the John Fredericks Media Network and all the John Fredericks Media apps. Coming live from Washington, D.C. Just concluded the most wonderful 4th of July celebration ever. President Trump, phenomenal. Fireworks, great. City packed, clean as a whistle, clean as a hound tooth. You can eat off the streets, everything swept, everything mopped. Metro safe, everybody clean. All the visitors that came in loved us up. It's great. Of course, the communists want to take it over and bring us back to filth and squalor. And they're running unopposed in Washington, D.C. But we're going to Pennsylvania right now in the Pennsylvania Posse. And this segment is brought to you, well, not by Pennsylvania, but by our good friends at Colonial Downs and Colonial Downs Raceway in New Jersey. Philadelphia wish they had a racetrack like Colonial Downs. Although Parks is not bad. I've been there many times. I kind of like Parks, I have to admit. I do like it. But, hey, only one Colonial Downs since Saratoga, the most beautiful racetrack in America. Of course, we have a suite there. We love going. And hopefully today we'll get one of our horses there from Churchill Downs. All good at Colonial Downs. Now, post time, Wednesday, Thursday, Friday, Saturday. No, I'm sorry. Thursday, Friday, Saturday, Sunday, 4 days a week. Don't forget Sunday, post time every day, 12:30. Except today, post time 10:45 because of the heat. And they had to cancel Friday and move to Monday. It's a long story. But if you're in the area, Colonial Downs post time today, 10:45 for fun for the family. Just go to colonialdowns.com. Always free. General admission free. Tickets free. Parking free. Everything is free. Win money. Have fun. It's great. You're going to love Colonial Downs. Great experience. My favorite track in America. I like Parks. I have no problem with that. I used to race at Liberty Bell back in the day. That's gone. Long gone. Then went to the way of the shopping center. 888-480-JOHN. Pennsylvania Posse is next. Go to colonialdowns.com, colonialdowns.com for more information. And I think we got a big party there going on July 18th. We'll have another one for our listeners coming up in August at our suite. So it's always good Great to have our posse with us. Let's see who we've got on. We've got Mike Barley is with us, GOP long-term strategist and consultant. And Scott Barger is with us, Pennsylvania House of Representative, District 80. Do we have Senator Coleman on? Is he on today? No, I know Stacy can't make it. No, Coleman. We're trying to get Dave to call in, Dave McCormick. In fact, let me check. He just texted me and said they were trying to work it out. So give me 1 second here, guys. Let me just see if they got back to me, and the answer is no. Anyway, had to check that. Sometimes they come in late. All right, I want to start with before we get to the Freedom Gas. You guys did a super job in Pennsylvania at the state fair. I don't know if you guys have been there, but Shapiro wouldn't have it. McCormick, basically, Dave McCormick and Scott Fetterman, we talked about this last week, kind of put it together on their own, got the chamber involved. I know you guys were involved, and it's gorgeous. It's probably better than if Shapiro was in charge of it, but how can you have a 250 celebration without Pennsylvania there? Like, everything was in Pennsylvania, the Declaration of Independence, everything was there. How do you not celebrate 250 without Pennsylvania? And Shapiro's an idiot.
Well, I would say it this way. When you covet the White House as much as Governor Shapiro does, there is nothing that you won't sacrifice to attain that goal, including honoring the great Commonwealth of Pennsylvania, which, as you said, John, was the key player in the American Revolution. It's sad for me to see political ambition get in the way of that kind of celebration, honestly.
You know, it was horrible what he did. Instead of celebrating it, I mean, you want to run for president, you got to find a lane. Like, if I was advising him, I would have told him to do the opposite.
Yeah.
Like, go celebrate it, go there, be the one cheerleader, go out there and shake hands. You got to separate. You're never going to be communist like the other people, right? So you got to separate yourself out. But why are these people afraid of the communist arm of their party? They're petrified.
If he wasn't so bad for Pennsylvania, John, I'd almost feel some sympathy for our governor, because he's running two races at once, and the immediate objective of both those races kind of contradict one another. Running for governor, he has to present himself as the buttoned-up, pragmatic kind of centrist, right? He appeals to all people. We get things done here in Pennsylvania. Yay on data centers. We're bringing them in. Whoops, maybe not so much. But to run for the presidential primary, he has to appeal to the hard left, doesn't he? So how do you do both of those things at once? Well, the one thing he does is try to punch up at Trump. You know, that seems to work for him in his mind, and so that's what he continues to do. But it's not easy to convince the center of Pennsylvania that you're the right choice for governor while you're trying to convince the rest of the radical left across the United States that you are just as bad for America as they are.
You know, Mike, the majority of people I talk to in the know say that Shapiro doesn't have a shot in hell at getting the Democrat nomination for president. I mean, just zero chance. True or false, Mike Barley?
Well, look, I think if you look at what's happening with the left right now, it looks like a pretty steep hill to climb. It looks like the person who is expressing communism and is as socialist as you could be, as woke as you could be, is the nominee. And look, I think you're going to see that play out again in this presidential primary, which is not good news for Governor Shapiro. You know, on the 250th, he's usually, I was surprised that he didn't participate. He's usually more politically adept to understand when it's good to jump in and when not. I think if he had a do-over, he probably would have gotten involved this time, but it was a good opportunity for Senator McCormick and Senator Fetterman to step up, and so many others who stepped up to participate. But it was a loss. You saw national media covering it. You saw it's not what the governor typically enjoys. He does not like that.
Well, listen, he was blasted over the whole thing, but it turned out great, and it really gave you an insight into the leadership of Dave McCormick. I mean, he's been around a long time. People, you know, he ran against Oz, but then even before that, he was involved in a lot of different things. So's Dina. They're the power couple here in D.C., no doubt. But he got Fetterman on board, and they put this thing together. And if you go in there, it's beautiful. I mean, it's great. There's no difference of whether the governor was involved or not. So I think it was a slap in the face to him. But it's a beautiful exhibit. I encourage anybody that's going to our state fair, definitely go and visit Pennsylvania. It's just the history there inside the building, what they put together. It'll put chills up your spine, especially if you're a historian. You understand how that whole thing went down in Philadelphia. Talking about Philadelphia, guys, Dan, play the gas clip, the Freedom gas clip, if you can find that we have. I don't have the number handy. Find that on gas going down by 50 cents in Philadelphia. I want to get your guys' take on that and whether or not you think that's going to sweep the state.
As the holiday weekend begins, more than 24 gas stations in the Philadelphia area are lowering their prices.
It follows President Trump's announcement of the Freedom Fuel Network. The 25 stations, including this one in Dresher, Montgomery County, are selling gas for $3.47 a gallon. That's 50 cents lower than the Pennsylvania average.
What we're going to see, I think, is a domino effect, because what's going to happen is that people see that Freedom Fuel Network is leading the charge. They're going to have to match it. This is smart business.
Well, the thing is, the prices are being gouged too high anyway. So what is your guys' reaction to this? Start with Scott.
Well, it is kind of a self-apparent kind of truth, I think, that anytime we've gone through these kind of price increase like spikes, it seems to me as the average consumer that, boy, the prices go up way faster than they come down, don't they? I mean, they skyrocket like they're on one of Elon Musk's rocket ship, like straight up. And then when things calm down and the oil markets and the futures start to kind of get their stability again, we coast down. We coast down. I think this is an ingenious maneuver. I hope it works. I mean, you never know with the free market where people vote with their pocketbooks what they're going to do. But I think this is a great initiative. Hey, look, prices increase quite quickly. We're going to help them decrease quite quickly by doing this, and we're going to challenge you. Other gas stations across the Commonwealth, across the country, to not gouge Americans any longer. I think it's a great sentiment. I love it when people get involved in this kind of thing and don't wait around for politicians in Harrisburg or Washington, D.C. to wave their magic wand and fix everything. I think it just might work. I don't know. We'll see.
You know what, Mike Barley? The other thing it said to me immediately is nobody is going to price gas under their cost because every gallon you sell, you lose money. So there's no business that would do that. So what it tells you right off the bat is they have at least a 50-cent margin, right? Because somebody comes to me and says, I want you to drop your gas prices 50 cents to buy into this network. We're going to get, you're going to get a bigger volume versus your competition up the road. But if I'm going to lose money, if I'm going to lose 5 cents on every gallon I pump, I'll go out of business. I can't do that. So I have to say no. But the fact that they're willingly agreeing to it means that they're at least got a over 50% margin on every gallon of gas, Mike.
Yeah, John, you just said the quiet part out loud, right? I mean, that is how much they have a margin there. And look, I kind of promised myself I wasn't going to agree with Scott again today, but he's right. I think for the average consumer, you see these events, world events, whatever it is, a storm, the prices surge, and then there's a slow drop off of prices for the consumer. Now, I'll give President Trump credit on this. There hasn't been a president who's really been willing, especially on the Republican side, to take these folks on. He is. And I think it's good policy and good politics to wade into this and try to get these prices down for the American people.
I think it was a great move. And the fact that some people are doing it, it's got to spread because, people are going to drive. I mean, if your car is it takes 20 gallons, 50 cents a gallon is $10, right? I'll drive 5 miles to save $10. Anybody will. I'll wait online 5 minutes. Of course, I'm in DC. I don't drive here, but if I did, I would do it. Mm-hmm. I don't even have a car. That's the beauty of being in DC. But look, I love I love the idea. I love what President Trump has done, and hopefully that's going to catch on, guys. Let's get to a little politics. 28. Where does John Fetterman go? Mike Barley.
Yeah, this is a question I think many of us get asked a lot from Pennsylvania. He's such an intriguing individual, not only from his stature and he always has been. He's a big guy. The tattoos, the wardrobe that's not as traditional, but as he's progressed through his term in Senate, he's been a very strong moderate voice. And I think Senator McCormick building that early relationship with him was very important. I think it's positioned Pennsylvania in a very strong manner in DC because those two working together, despite the fact I think there's a little bit of a lore about how often Senator Fetterman votes with the Republicans. It's not that often, but for him being willing to at least buck the woke socialist left is very important, particularly in that party, to be a voice as strong as his saying that. I don't know. Look, I lean into the camp. I'm not sure that there is a lane for him to run for re-election. I certainly don't think there is in his party. Being an independent candidate is very difficult in Pennsylvania with our system. I'm not certain. I tend to believe he will not run again, but there's no indication that he's made any decision on that. You could certainly see him going, the path of like a Kristen Sinema. It's just DC's not what I hoped it would be, and I'm out.
Well, Scott, what do you think about that? And by the way, you're not dissing tattoos, right? I mean, you're not dissing that, are you, Mike?
Not at all. Look, I think that's actually something that helps him. I think he is someone for an average for everyday Pennsylvanians who he looks like us, he talks like us, he's one of us. I think he is somebody that goes into a Sheetz in Western Pennsylvania and has a lot of supporters. And that's a compliment to him. I think he's an authentic guy. He doesn't pretend to be anybody else other than John Fetterman, and that's appealing.
Now that you brought it up, well, first of all, as far as tattoos are concerned, I have my share of body art head to foot. So just so you guys know. So no dissing tattoos. Second thing
I have one too, John, so you're fine.
You've got one. You've got one. I've got 20. So all good. But now that you brought it up, Sheetz or Wawa? Mike?
I'm personally a Wawa guy, but I honestly, they're both convenient.
Wawa.
Gotta be Sheetz. Gotta be Sheetz.
I don't get the Sheetz thing. I really don't.
Gotta be Sheetz.
I think
once you're converted, you'll never go back.
Why? I mean, what?
Hey, look,
the sandwiches at Wawa are better.
Sheetz,
the food is better.
I'm not going to admit to any sort of bias here, but I will say that Sheetz started in my hometown of Altoona, Pennsylvania. So perhaps.
Well, we have a radio station out there in Altoona, so I'll go to. But I'm like Mike. I'm like a Wawa guy. Like when I go to Richmond by the where we stay by the track, there is a Sheetz and a Wawa. This is in Richmond, and they're right across the street. And there's equidistant. You can go to one or the other. I always
packed, and they're packed. Both of them are packed.
Both of them are packed.
I've been there many times, John.
There's the
both
Wawa.
Packed.
There are Sheetz people, and then there's a Wawa people. So I don't know, but I like Wawa. Okay, enough of that, guys. So I don't know what he's going to do, but
well, I think. Excuse me, John. One of the things that because I got to agree with Mike for once, right? He's always agreeing with me. Mike, you hit on something that I think a lot of us in the game sometimes forget because we're elected, we're in it, and you forget what it's like to be outside of it. And outside of this world, like sometimes we're guilty of thinking, well, if we just get the right message, if we just get the right combination of policy wins, then we're going to win. And then the people will see that the Republican agenda is the right agenda. And we forget that sometimes that what people really want, it's not that isn't important, is they want to be able to relate to someone, that I this guy understands me because he looks like me, or he acts like me, or he talks like me. I think in a lot of ways that was part and parcel to Trump's success early on. How could this billionaire television celebrity, be so relatable to so many people? Because he gave voice to internal frustration that most Americans had, and they said, yeah, what that guy said, I can relate to that. I understand that our government's screwing us over, and this guy wants to do something about it. I think Fetterman has his own version of something like that. He's just kind of like all this political shenanigans. I just want to fix something that's broken. Guys, come on. Why don't we get in? And that, I think, appeals to Pennsylvanians who are tired of a lot of the political theater that we're all guilty of. I mean, House Democrats could teach a master course in political theater, and they do it. They do it all the time. And Fetterman's along, and he won't even put the costume on, right? He won't even put the suit and the tie on. He so doesn't want to be part of that thing, whatever it is. I think that relates to people. It pulls at their heart a little bit, even if you don't agree with them. There's people in my district, which is a very red district, very conservative, went Trump big, John, big. They'll look at Fetterman and say, like, I kind of like, I don't agree with them, but I kind of like that guy. I kind of like him. That's the thing. And I think that's what Mike's talking about, is that relatability, that authenticity that speaks to Pennsylvanians.
He's in no man's land in his party. He can't win a nomination. Whoever they run against him will win. So he's not going to be the nominee. He'll lose. And as you said, if he runs as an independent, I hope he does, because I think that ensures we get a Republican senator, because he's going to split the vote. Democrats are going to vote for him. Republicans are not. His problem with Republicans is he votes with the Democrats 85 to 90% of the time. So the majority of his votes go the other way. He's never going to get the Republican backing. But if he runs as an independent, I think he'll peel off enough Dems for, I think, a Republican to win easy. Tell me I'm wrong.
You're not wrong.
No, I think you're right. I think, again, to what Scott said, I mean, I use my parents as a barometer. They're both very MAGA. They were big on Trump immediately and still are. And they like John Fetterman. I mean, every time I bring him up, they're like, I like him. And again, it's just he is relatable.
You can't buy that. I just, and to me, like, an interesting juxtaposition is him and Shapiro. Right? Shapiro wants so bad to be relatable and likable, and he's neither. He's neither, right? Like, let's have pizza. Come over to my house, and we'll do a talk over a pizza pie, right? To look like he's a normal guy. Fetterman does that authentically because that's what he is, and it's really hard to teach that to someone whose whole life has been performative political theater. Right? Where you morph and become. I know you guys have seen it with Shapiro. He becomes whatever, or tries to, every room he's in. If he's talking to farmers, aw shucks, he's a farmer, right? If he's talking to blue collar guys, aw shucks, he's a blue collar guy. But he's not. He's a lifelong politician, right? That's what he is. And Fetterman's this other thing. And so he does it very naturally. Like, I don't understand this stuff either, folks. It seems kind of dumb that we wouldn't be down there at the state fair. So I'm going to go down there and be part of it. He just does it very naturally. And I think that's what appeals to the MAGA crowd. They look at that and say, well, he's wrong about almost everything, but he's right about that. And I like it.
Here is Shapiro on if he's president, he's open to packing the court. Clip 25, roll it.
The Supreme Court has been incredibly infuriating at times. There are a number of people in the Democratic Party, including an institutionalist named Joe Biden I once worked for, who he's like a neighbor, as we know.
He was known as our third senator.
He was known. He might call himself that too. Who have called for reforms to the Supreme Court, to expansion of the court, to term limits on the court. What do you think about that?
I think we need to be open to all of that and more. I think we need to consider more amendments to our Constitution. We've had 5.
Reaction, Scott.
Well, this reminds me of a conversation we had last week where I was very kindly chastised by this panel for wanting to preserve the filibuster. And I was reminded, and I think effectively, that we are not competing against a party who has great value for the institutions and traditions of the American politic. We are competing against an opportunistic Democrat Party that will do whatever it takes. So I'm rethinking my position. I haven't been totally convinced yet on the filibuster. I am convinced about the Supreme Court. I don't see anything that's stopping them. They know what they can accomplish with a packed court, don't they? Look at what they've done in Pennsylvania. So they know what they can accomplish. They know that it's been the Supreme Court that's backstopped this agenda time and time again. Now, on our side, we may be frustrated with the Supreme Court every once in a while, right? But they also get it right every once in a while. And I think Shapiro's just, now, here's the thing. Does he really believe that? I don't know. He's playing to that room. They were all clapping like seals as soon as she mentioned packing the court. And so he's gonna say, hey, well, yeah, of course, that and more, of course, whatever you want.
And more.
That's what he does, right? He becomes that room. So I don't know what he really believes, but I do know the Democrat Party, specifically the progressives, would love the opportunity to fill that court with 20, 30, 50 or 100 communists and then see what happens.
Mike?
Yeah, and look, I mean, you brought up a great point, Scott. I wonder if he'd feel the same way about the Pennsylvania Supreme Court. I doubt it, right?
No one's talking about the Pennsylvania Supreme Court that way, right? He would never. No. That's just fine. It's working just fine.
And that's the issue I have with this Democratic Party. If it's working fine for them, it's great. If it doesn't go their way, then we need to pack it. We need to reform it. We need to. They throw all these fancy words like reform. It's absolutely doing. They want to influence the court to rule every time the way they want. And to your point, Scott, I was unhappy with some of the rulings the other day. But look, they do get it right a lot of times, I believe. I didn't think they got it right on birthright citizenship, but I'm allowed to think that. And but I certainly don't think the answers to pack the court or change the rules in the middle of the game. But that's what they want to do on every occasion, and that's why, again, I expressed my support for ditching the filibuster, because I think they're going to do it.
Mm-hmm.
No doubt. They'll do it within 15 minutes. Let's get to legislation in front of you guys in the General Assembly. And let's get to Mike Barley's favorite issue, which is the skill games, which you guys got like a 120-day extension, which I thought was odd and interesting all at the same time, because you make a ruling, but then you say, well, we're going to give you 4 months to figure it out legislatively. So it's almost like the court in Pennsylvania said, we really don't want to deal with this. You guys go figure it out in a legislative manner, legislatively, and then all is fine. And we'll give you a window to do that. Where is that now in the House, Scott Barger, sorry.
No, it's all right. Nowhere. It's nowhere that I'm aware of. I haven't seen anything come through regarding skill games. We talk about it a lot on our side because we understand, especially those of us who represent smaller communities, what a death blow it would be to lose this revenue stream for our fraternal organizations and small businesses, our six-pack shops. They would all get hit hard, and a lot of them wouldn't survive. So we talk about it, but we're not in charge of the calendar, right, John? So the Dems get to decide what bills to run, and they haven't run anything of substance that I can remember. Maybe I was asleep at the switch for one of them, but I don't think so. I don't think we've run anything. And my concern is right now what they're doing, and forgive me to get off topic just a second, is they're attacking data centers, because that is a huge election thing. You remember a year ago, data centers were the greatest things in sliced bread. Shapiro is, God emperor of the universe for bringing these things in, last June, and suddenly they're polling terribly, and now we got to do something about it. And I'm watching them as I sit in the House with no plan, right? They've got no plan of what really to do about data centers, not in a way that actually protects Pennsylvania ratepayers and Pennsylvania residents. My concern is that they're going to run the same playbook with skills games. They got no plan. They're not going to, they're not going to do hearings about this. I don't see that happening. I have not seen anything from the majority party in the House of Representatives that would lead me to believe that for even a second, they would consider what's good for Blair County here in Pennsylvania at all, none. So they're doing this with data centers. They're mishandling it. They got no playbook. You could see the way that they put these bills together. It's not going to work. They're not getting at the core issues. My fear is we're going to do the same thing with skills games, and they're going to run bills that don't get at the core issues, and it's going to be an absolute mess. I wish I had better news, but the proof is in the pudding, right? The best predictor of future behavior is past behavior, and the majority party's past behavior is that they don't know how to legislate. So that's my prediction.
You know, it's interesting, Mike Barley, because in Virginia, most of the support for skill games came from the Democrat conference. I mean, the guy in Virginia Beach, the state senator down there, is the one that carried the bill. The guy that's in charge of the House, Don, what's his name? The Speaker of the House, yes, Don Scott. He carried it. Yet you're not seeing that in Pennsylvania because this is not really a partisan issue. It got blocked in Virginia because the majority of Republicans are the ones that stopped it. And then, of course, Glenn Youngkin vetoed it. And now so did Spanberger, who's a Democrat. What's the difference in the two states? Like, how are they different? How are the bills different? How are they governed different? Help us understand that.
Yeah, I think it's more just the differences between Pennsylvania and Virginia with the geography and where and really how the market's evolved. I think the other thing that's different here, John, is we're not in fraternal clubs in Virginia. They have their own form of gaming there. In Pennsylvania, we are the driver for fraternal clubs, volunteer fire departments, and that's a huge issue.
That's the biggest difference. That is a significant difference.
It is, John. And look, you have, I think I think this is a good example. I had a state senator, and I won't out her. We brought her local fire departments, and she turned to me and she goes, "Where are the other three?" And I said, "They're gone, Senator. They're not here anymore. And these guys are here because the revenue they're earning from the games." And I let there was no setup, nothing. Just let them talk. And I got her vote. I'm pretty certain. So, I mean, that's the difference. It really the key difference between the two states. But you're talking about a real death blow to these social clubs. So we'll see. Look, I think that the cadence for this is, at least what I'm being told from those in the room, is that they would like to get through the budget, which I think, Scott, I don't know what that means, and I'm not sure the timing on that, but I think that they would like to get through the budget and then try to address this in the fall. The only thing I think that's different, and it's also concerning, is the revenue attached to it. There's been some wild fantasies, not shocking, about how much revenue it'll draw in, and our desire to overbook that revenue. I think it's a dangerous thing to do. And I also think, I think we spent a lot of time talking about this last week, but I think we really need to focus on the policy. The revenue will be there, whatever it is, but we got to make sure we get the policy right.
So if they wait until after the budget, Scott, when will the Pennsylvania budget be like a thing?
When will it be like a thing? I don't think anyone wants to see this thing drag into August, John, because then it becomes a y'all aren't doing your jobs for real kind of thing. I've said to folks, like, look, I don't mind a day or two late. I mean, I wish we got it done on time because of the constitutional obligation that we're completely ignoring when we don't, but it's not up to me. I'm not the guy in the room for those conversations. I can handle a day or two late. I could even handle a week or two late. If we're getting a responsible budget, sometimes that happens because the negotiation takes time. I don't think anyone wants to see an August headline coming out of Philadelphia. The budget's still not done, and now our pre-K programs can't fire up for back to school. Then it becomes an election issue. So I think it gets done sooner rather than later because of that. Nobody wants to go through last year on an election year.
All right, so you get it done August?
I think we get it done this week. This week, beginning of next. Yep.
Right. So then when you guys
go
ahead.
I agree, Scott. I think you're 100% accurate. And the other thing is, the longer this takes, the more these issues get highlighted. What's the budget spend? What's And honestly, I think if you waited till August, you're going to get the same deal you have today, all sides.
That's
kind
what
of
happened last year.
time.
Yeah.
So
So we drug it out and we put everyone through the ringer for all those extra months, and it ended up basically where we started, which was very frustrating, I think, for Pennsylvanians. But you're right. If it lingers through the summer, now people start looking very closely. Well, what are you spending money on? Like, what do you mean you're going to blow through a rainy day fund? What's that all about? And they get it done now. Maybe it's not a news story. I don't know.
I'm not opposed to that, by the way, Scott. I love when people start to dissect the budget because I think there's a lot of waste and things in there. But if we're not going to actually do anything about it, it's a huge waste of time. And that, again, I think was the frustration for many, especially on the right last time, is we had a lot of we talked a big game about what we were going to do with the budget, and then we caved. And that wasn't on your side. It was, on the other side of the aisle. But look, I think we have to get the reckoning is going to happen for Pennsylvania with their budget. We've just been fortunate to be riding a better economy, which is not being driven by the policies in Pennsylvania. It's being driven the policies in Washington from Trump. But that's going to come. We have a structural deficit. It's coming. That bill is coming due. We've been riding for over a decade on that, from COVID funds to every other gimmick that's come out to help them push this budget nightmare from coming to a conclusion, but it's coming.
Absolutely. The bill is coming due. And every time I run the numbers, it's always about the same. Every time the IFO comes out with a new set of numbers, I'll run it through my spreadsheet, and it never changes a whole lot. That rainy day fund, if we start using it at the rate that Governor Shapiro wants to use it, it runs out in about 18 months, 20 months, something like that. Hey, we have a surplus. We have more. The number of people that said to me the problem's resolved because we have $1 billion more in revenue than what we anticipated, and they described it as a surplus. And I'm like, folks, that's not a surplus. We're still down $4 billion on this thing. Come on, like it's not that kind of money just doesn't appear, right? And it's to me, the rainy day fund's a big deal. I think it's worth fighting for. I know that I'm not alone in that, but ultimately, that's not up to me whether we use that rainy day fund to float the budget or not. So fingers crossed.
So you guys passed the budget in July, and then when did somebody pick up the skill games? Which is
on our side,
Pennsylvania, because
this is a huge
you got them
deal.
and they just got outlawed.
It's a huge deal. And this is actually, I lose sleep over this one, John. I'm not even lying about it. When I start thinking, well, what do you do then? If these things disappear tomorrow, what do we do? What does it look like if I don't have them in all of these little businesses and fraternal organizations in my district? What does next year look like for them? It's a huge issue. And after this month, I think we only have 11 session days on the calendar, something like that. That's it. And we've got data center, that issue breathing down our neck. We got an election in November, and data centers and skills games are probably the most pressing, big money, big impact issues facing our state. I don't see anything out of the majority party that would lead me to believe that they even understand these issues, let alone have a real plan of what to do about it.
So they're just going to let the clock run out?
I hope not. What does that look like? Mike, what does that look like?
Even a decision like at least Virginia made a decision, right? The governor vetoed it. Sorry, you can't override the veto, right? And then when it got to Youngkin's desk, he amended it into oblivion. So those were decisions that got made.
Mm-hmm.
My problem here in Pennsylvania is two things. One, that it hurts the fraternal organizations that didn't impact Virginia. And the second thing is, running out the clock is not decisive. I want decisiveness. If you're going to defeat it, get on record, like Youngkin did, or like Spanberger did, and veto it. Or don't pass it out of the House and have a no vote. But they're just going to let the clock run out on a judicial ruling.
I don't see how that's possible. But I don't know. You're right. If you can't, are we going to do nothing? And then what? The state police are running these things up, or the game commission, or who's in charge? I have no idea.
Well, nobody's in charge. I mean, that's the thing. Because if you look at the Supreme Court ruling, and then the AG Sunday came out with this, obviously I've been following it because, I'm very involved in casinos and things of that nature. Everybody knows that. Go to them a lot. Go to Colonial Downs. So it's one of my favorite places. So everybody gets that. So I'm following this. But like the Supreme Court, the judicial decision in Pennsylvania says, well, these don't fit the category to be legal. Therefore, they're illegal. But we're going to give you 4 months to go figure it out legislatively. But that wasn't a bad decision. That was like, all right, it doesn't fit, but go figure it out. Like, we just don't want to deal with it, right? So I got it. But then you guys aren't figuring it. It's just sitting there.
No, look, we have
the
11
days. Out, and then what happens?
Now, I'm hoping that the top brass is talking about this with stakeholders, and that I hope that they're listening to our fraternal organizations and our fire departments about this one. We have 11 session days left. That's plenty of time to move a bill package through if you take the issue on head on and put together a reasonable bill that's going to have broad bipartisan support. Like this, I hate this antic, and the Dems do this all the time. They do it with the budget every year. They pass a horrible bill, right? And then say, we've done our job. Now it's up to the Senate. And well, you got no Republicans or one or two Republicans to vote for it. That's not, half the state thinks that's a terrible idea, right? So no, that's not doing your job. But if they, maybe they have a change of heart, John, I don't know. And they come to the table, say, look, this is what we need. This is what we're willing to give. They put together a responsible bill package that can get, 80, 90% of the House of Representatives on board. Well, okay, now we got something. We've got the time to do it, but tick-tock, right? Like 11 session days. And the session's over the last day of November, right? So we're done. I'm very concerned that they're going to fall back into the same pattern of running a terrible bill, saying that they did their job, blaming the Senate for not doing their job when they're over there looking at this terrible product that they sent across.
They'll pass a lousy bill, and whether it be skill games or something else, right?
Right.
Data centers is skill. They'll pass a lousy bill, and then they'll give it to the Senate, and the Senate will be, well, we can't pass this. It sucks. It's stupid. It's a lousy bill.
Yeah.
And then it dies in the Senate, and then they blame the Senate.
Yeah, it's maddening, and I ran about it here back home, and there's a lot of people, even in my district, who I thought the Senate was holding that up. I said, no, the Senate's not holding this up. We passed a terrible budget. It's terrible. It's just, we just send it over. It's absolutely not feasible, and then we go home like we did our job. It's like when my kids would clean their room by putting everything under the bed, and then say, well, I cleaned my room. Look, I cleaned my. No, that's not what I meant.
It's a good analogy.
Yeah, it's just that's what it is. And it's theater, so they can make their social media videos about, look at us here, we're working hard. They kept us one day extra. They didn't need to keep us next week one day extra. Wonder how much that cost the Pennsylvania taxpayers to keep us one day just so they could make their statement, we're here working and the Senate's not. Right? All those per diems add up pretty quick. We're all sitting around doing nothing.
What do you make of this whole thing, Mike Farley?
Yeah, it is an interesting thing, John. You brought it up. I mean, for the last 6-7 years that we've been wrestling with this issue in Pennsylvania, we never had a bill even brought up for a vote in either chamber for even at a committee. So it's kind of a weird issue that's just never, and it's not because there hasn't been a lot of talk about it or interest. It's just, I think nobody could come to a conclusion, and the reaction was just not to act. And I think the court is saying, stop that, do something, even though I disagree with their conclusion at the end of it. But I think there has to be, I shouldn't say there has to be, because there's certainly a decent chance that they let the 120 days run out. And I think that would be a mess, and we would pull our games. We're not going to operate illegally in the state. But that would do a ton of damage to these clubs and everyone else. And I will tell you what will happen. I'll see an illegal market, an illicit market, just backfill those spaces. And it puts all those small business owners and volunteer fire departments and VFWs, American Legions, with this terrible choice. Do I take the risk of running these illegal machines, or do I not pay my bills? And we're putting them in a terrible position. They've been operating with this revenue for over a decade. It's not something that was like a one-time windfall. They have it baked into their budgets. And lastly, this ruling, to get to the conclusion they got to, made everything illegal, from skee ball to esports. And the justice admitted that, and he said, if this is the case, so be it. Legislature, fix it. So you have a lot to unpack. The legislature has a lot to unpack here and try to get done, and not a lot of days to do it. To your point, it could be done if there's real stakeholder meetings and you get something agreed upon piece of legislation. I just don't know that that's possible, or if we're capable of that in Pennsylvania anymore.
Well, what you mentioned was the buried headline. You said earlier something I did. You said the thing that nobody wants to talk about. Well, what you just said is the games in the fraternal organizations that have been dependent on the revenue for a decade will be replaced with something that is illegal. I mean, it is going to happen. And they're going to position it the way they want, but you're going to end up with stuff in there that is not regulated, not monitored, because they simply can't go out there and replace the revenue in one week. That's why I think this has just got to be dealt with. One way or the other, the legislature has to take this up. I'd like to see a poll, right? I'd like to see something, but you're getting nothing, and they're just letting the clock run out. And I mean, look, Dave Sunday, in his AG ruling, basically his hands are tied. He said, "This is what the Supreme Court decided. This is what I'm going to have to do. You're going to have to get them out after 120 days, or they're illegal." Well, like you said, Mike, nobody wants to operate anything illegally, okay? Nobody wants to do that. No business fraternity. Nobody's going to get involved in that, or they shouldn't. But then what happens when they take it away? Then somebody's going to fill the gap. That's coming, and that's going to be worse. That's my take on this whole thing.
Yeah, you're
I
absolutely
totally
right,
agree.
John. Absolutely.
Yeah.
The problem is, well, I mean, I could go on and on, but I don't want to do that to your audience. Like the issue that I've seen in the House of Representatives. Remember, I'm brand new. I'm just now finishing up my first term, and so I still have that outsider perspective. I still walk in there sometimes saying, "What the hell is going on here? What are these people doing? Like, this is crazy that we operate this way." When I first came to the House, skills game was the thing everyone was talking about. They knew it was coming. They knew. Like, I didn't realize it was such a big issue it didn't become an issue when I was running. I didn't campaign on it, didn't talk about it. I was never asked about it, I don't think, in any interview or anything. And then I get to Harrisburg and everybody's talking about it. I'm like, well, what's the problem? They're legal, aren't they? They're like, oh no, here's the problem. And so we've known about it my whole first term. Everyone's talking about it. People are very concerned about it, but no one is doing anything about it. And I don't know. I mean, they're not going to listen to Scott Barger on this one, the new guy in town. Like, they're not going to listen to me. It's not going to be my bill package that's going to run to fix this thing. It's going to have to come from someone smarter than me, but it's got to happen, because I can see what the consequences are going to be in my district if we ignore it, and it's not good.
Well, and then you've got all the casino money. I mean, you look at Virginia, there's a couple of casinos. You look at in Pennsylvania, it's big, right? You got a whole bunch of them. And so they've all pulled up against it. And I find it to be hilarious, honestly, in Pennsylvania, because, like, I mean, come on. I mean, let's just think this through, okay? Let's just think it through. I go to an American Legion and I'm going to play on a skill game for an hour, right? Or 45 minutes while I have a couple beers with my veteran buddies, so to speak. Or I'm going to get in the car and I'm going to drive to, I don't know, Live in Pittsburgh, or the one I used to go to in Greensburg, right by the Hampton Inn that I liked, or the one in Washington County. What is that? The Meadows. You got to get in your car. It's like a day. It's like you still drive by there. I mean, who does that, right? You go with your wife. It's like a day, or you stay over. It's like 2 days. It's not like 20 minutes. I'm in there having a beer with my friends. This is why it's so stupid to say, "Oh, it's taking money out of the casinos." No, it's not.
Totally different thing.
It's stupid. Coupled with the fact that when I go to a casino, like, I don't play the table games anyway. I go there to bet baseball or hockey or football. Hands down playing it. So, like, I can't bet hockey at the skill game. American Legion. The whole thing is so stupid, takes no money from casinos whatsoever, and it's just supporting these fraternal organizations. And, it is what it is. But the only thing I don't like what the Supreme Court did, I think 120 days was dumb. I think it should be 180 days or 200 days or 12 months, so you guys could have had the time to figure it out. Now you got a shotgun in your head.
Yeah, that's about it. And my concern is, if it was up to, look, I'm going to be biased here. If it was up to the Republican caucus in the House of Representatives to come up with a bill package, we'd come up with a good one. I believe it. But it's not only up to us. So we got to wait for all the other players at the table, so to speak, to do their jobs as well. But I know this, my VFWs, my six-pack shops, they can't make it without this stuff. And so I just hope that whoever makes the decisions keeps that in mind.
Mike Barley, have I pretty much summed this argument up?
You've done a very good job, John. You really laid it out, I think, on the key points. And look, I'm hopeful that we can get something done. I have had some conversations, but again, it's easy, and as Scott acknowledged, it's easy in Harrisburg for time to just tick away and everybody to think. I just don't know that they understand the magnitude of this problem. Some of those folks are completely appreciate it.
Here's what I want. I want a bill. Then we can debate the bill, and then it can get passed or not, and everybody gets on the record. That's what they did in Virginia. I was on the opposite end of this, as you all know, in Virginia, because it didn't affect fraternities, and the whole thing, the way they put it together there, was not to my liking. But I think you got to get a bill, and then you got to vote on it. And then it goes to the governor, and then he's got to make a decision, like Glenn Youngkin did and Spanberger did. That's the way to do it, not to let the clock run out. That's the cowardly way. Am I right?
I agree, John. And you have had these discussions and debates, and look, that's healthy. We should have the debate on this issue. We should get that out.
We should have the debate, and we don't have to agree on every aspect of it, but it is a healthy debate. And as far as casinos are concerned, I was opposed to the casino in Northern Virginia. I had enough of that. I'm pro-casino, but enough. We had enough. I got plenty of casinos to go to. I don't need another one in Northern Virginia. Plus, I got MGM Grand.
That's right.
On the Metro. Guys, this show is so much fun. Thanks for being with us, the Pennsylvania Posse. One of these days, we'll get Dave McCormick on, hopefully before the state fairs end. He was supposed to come on today, but they got tied up. Thanks, guys, for being with us, Pennsylvania Posse.
Thanks, Sean.
For Mike Barley, GOP strategist in Pennsylvania, and Scott Barger. I'm sorry. Is it Barger or Barger? I always get that wrong.
Either way, John. Either way.
I'll go Barger. Scott Barger. District 80, Altoona, my neck of the woods. Thanks, Scott, for being with us.